Testing.
I've still got. Have you got got feedback?
Yeah.
Shall I?
Yeah.
Oh my god, I might have to actually change this chair.
A bit better, yeah. Oh yeah, that's clearer.
So C doesn't work. So you just got to turn C up and down when you want that. But the other two.
Yeah.
All right. You are live. So.
Fab. Good afternoon, everybody. I would say good morning, but we are slightly delayed here today at the Metrobank One Day Cup League 2 opening game of the season from Sophia Gardens with Glamorgan taking on Gloucestershire. We have the overs are reduced to 38 due to the rain delay this morning. So Glamorgan won the toss and have elected to bowl. We will come on to team news, but you will have observed that the umpires are out, as are all the players, and we are looking to get going straight away. I'm joined today by Rosa Simpkins on comms and also Sanjay Murthy. But welcome everybody. We're hoping that the weather will hold and we're in for a brighter day. And we should get through, hopefully, the 38 hours per side. But the umpires are just signalling that we are ready to go. And we will start. And Porter is opening from the River Taff end. So we are opening with spin to start with. Welcome, Rosa.
Thank you. Looking forward to hopefully a full day of cricket now.
Okay, the first one is down leg side and missed by the wicketkeeper, so they have run a single across there today. There is a couple of changes. We'll come on to squad news when at the end of the first day, but there are a few changes. So behind the stumps today is Megan Sturge in for Georgia Parfitt. So Moldina is on strike and opening with Halliday. As Porter comes into bowl much straighter this time, on the money and blocked by Halliday.
It wouldn't be the start of a new season without a wide to kick things off, would it?
Definitely not. In again. Worked off the leg, taking a quick single. So Glamorgan obviously looking to continue their run of form from the end of last season. That's their last season before they go into Tier 1 and fully professional for next year. As Porter comes into ball, it's leg side, it's pulled to square but well fielded and collected and thrown back in. Shake of the hands, it shows it's quite cold out there today.
I can confirm, having walked over this morning, that it is a bit nippy. Probably you don't want to be fielding for 38 overs in this.
As Porter comes in again, much better line. Blocked by Moldina. So there is some wet weather around, but we are hoping for no further delays. But I imagine Glamorgan choosing to bowl first, as that one's worked off the leg side, fielded quickly in, but single. Oh, it's a shout for a run out, but made her ground just. But yeah, I think obviously Duckworth might come into play a bit later in the game, so looking to obviously get a score on the board and then may feel better chasing the runs down, know what the target they need to get, which is often the case.
Hopefully we don't come down to a par total. We can keep our fingers crossed.
Definitely. As Porter comes in for the last ball of her over, again straighter line, blocked by Halliday, and that brings up the end of the first over. So through it quite quickly, 4 off that. So squad news. Rosa.
Gemma Porter is one of the new signings per se for Glamorgan. She did spend the season on loan last year from Warwickshire, but she's joined on a permanent basis ahead of this year. We've also got Megan Sturge behind the stumps, who has joined on loan from Hampshire.
Yep. And a big signing from an international, Scotland international, who's not playing today.
We have indeed in Megan McColl, right-handed batter, Scottish middle order, was a part of their squad that recently qualified for the 2026 World Cup in England and Wales, and is a super exciting grab for Glamorgan and shows real intent ahead of Tier 1 in 2027.
Yeah. Okay, so from the Cathedral end we have animation opening at this end, so just setting the field. So we're working with the captain, Lauren Parfitt. Captain again this year. And again, Beth and Gammon coming in. Years of advice and working together as a partnership between the two of them. An absolute stalwart of Wales cricket, the pair. So just a few shifts around in the field.
I mean, Lauren Parfitt has been representing Wales in cricket since the year I was born.
Wow.
So she's definitely a real stalwart.
Okay, as Shern comes in, slip in place. Oh, it's a great first ball. And she's gone. She's got her. Just trying to watch the replay of that. You caught behind.
First ball of the
First
season.
ball.
Not a bad start, is it?
As Maldina's heading back, we'll have to watch the replay on that one. But good pace shown by Shern as she came in. Lack of... must have taken the top of the bail off. It has. It bounced. She got the bottom of the bat, bounced up and took the top of the bail off. So yeah, an excellent wicket for Glamorgan to start. Played on there. So yeah, great first ball from Shern. Maldina not really moving her feet to that one at all.
She's a new face in the Gloucestershire squad, Maldina, youngster. Has been a part of the England under-19 setup and came into the squad in the absence of Profana Reddy, who's out in Australia with England under-19s. Probably not the start she'd be after, but a great start for Glamorgan, Gloucestershire 4 for 1.
Absolutely, brings Mega Hearn. So we've got Shern to a Hearn. Do you like a tongue twister?
Like to make our lives as complicated as possible up here, eh?
We've got 2 Ellises as well.
2 Bethans.
2 Bethans.
When in Wales.
So you may hear the vocal Glamorgan side now as they welcome Ahern to the crease. She takes her guards.
One of Glamorgan Academy's players, actually. She's on loan to Gloucestershire this season.
Yeah, there's a lot of flex between these two squads with the academy being so close to each other as Shern comes in. cut straight through backward point there. Bit of a misfield. It's not going to run all the way though as the boundary sweeper comes round. Taken 2 runs though. Brings her straight off the mark. Just use the pace of the ball. There was rain round earlier, but it doesn't look to have slowed the outfield out too much, which is good. The sun is shining, so if you are in the vicinity, it is free entry today at Sophia Gardens to come and watch this fixture. So please do come on down. Dug in short. Well bowled, well played. So yeah, good pace from Shern there. Just dug that in a bit shorter.
Ahern with a season best of 50 last year against Gloucestershire. Very promising top order bat. Is a part of Glamorgan's academy, but is a product of Gloucestershire's pathway. So it's a bit confusing.
Shern comes in for the 4th ball. Again, dug in short. Played to just backward of point, but fielded straight back in. So good pace showing early here from Shern, and nice wicket to be bowling on this afternoon. But yeah, she's showing real intent to dig it in. And showing a good line as well at the moment. Quick chat with the captain, but everything stays as is. Comes in. Oh, it's straight through. Kept a bit low, but went straight through.
Missed everything there.
Yeah.
Shern is a product of Glamorgan's academy, so we've got a lot of pathway talent on show today, which is very promising for the side as they look to build for 2027.
Definitely. Shern in. Oh, it's a swing and a miss there from Ahern. She corrects herself, knowing she's got away with that one, but it brings the end to the over. So a wicket in the first over for Shern. And it's 6 for 1 off 2 in the power play, like I say, with the reduced overs of 38 overs per innings.
We are increasingly seeing in the women's game spin at one end and pace at the other end to kick things off, to provide that variation and make it more challenging for the batters.
Definitely. We were talking about, I was down, lucky enough to be down watching Somerset at Yorkshire yesterday as Porter just comes in, flighted up nicely. And we were saying that, I mean, I'm quite old, so I played it a good 25 to 30 years ago. As an off-spin bowler, I used to open the bowling all the time in a 50-over game, and we would have our pace at the other end. So we started this process a long time ago, so it's great to see. As Porter comes in for the 2nd ball, again, flighted up nicely. She's coming around the wicket, so just creating those extra angles. As Halliday's on strike. Again, 3-dot balls, building that pressure.
Megan Sturge behind the stumps today, of course, in the absence of Georgia Parfitt.
Yeah. Again, pulled, it's dropped in short, and that's pulled beautifully away over backward square for 4 runs. Not a lot of pace on that, so she didn't really have to do much, Halliday there, just stepped back into that one and helped it on its way. But yeah, clearly showing anything in her wheelhouse is going to be dispatched. So look to tighten that line up again. You may see drizzle on the camera, unfortunately. A little bit of rain. Okay, much better line from Porter. Always frustrating as a bowler when you have 4 or 5 dots, but that one loose ball gets dispatched for 4. So important to finish nice and tight here, which is again much better line and length, and it finishes with the dot. So 4 off the over as Gloucestershire move 10 to 1, 10 for 1 off 3 overs.
Gemma Porter, of course, the tournament's top wicket taker in 2025. She took 18 wickets at a 16.44 average, so not bad.
Excellent, yeah. Good stats.
Definitely an important signing to tie down permanently.
Yeah, and Rachel Priest has signed a 2-year contract to remain at the club until the end of the 2020 season, where Glamorgan will turn fully professional next year. That's a straight drive down the ground as Shern continues from the cathedral end. So that's great to lock that in as well, that continuity of the coach, and obviously on the back of a brilliant season for Glamorgan last year in Tier 2.
An impressive playing record as well for Rachel Priest. She did represent Wales on several occasions.
Shern comes in. Oh, almost a carbon copy of the first wicket, but didn't squeeze through. Showing good intent here, Shern. Good pace.
In what we should clarify by Wales is county cricket, just to make it a little bit confusing. She made over 150 appearances for New Zealand internationally. It's good to see former women's players getting involved in the game.
Absolutely. Worked through backward point misfield. It's worked back, but the sweeper is coming round, so they will get 2. But just that pace and a little bit of width. Ahern just capitalising on that. Just literally making the ball do the work. Yeah, she also did a stint for Western Storm as well in the KSL League that preceded this. Shern in. That's drilled straight and lovely drive, but no single taken.
A stint which coincided with our other team's head coach, Fran Wilson's. So they were teammates for 3 years in the KSL.
Yeah, so Fran Wilson, the newly appointed coach for Gloucestershire women. Shern comes in, dug in a bit shorter, work through backward point, but the sweeper is out there. A World Cup winner, Somerset, ex-Somerset player, and also Western Storm. So amazing credentials, and obviously has got all her coaching badges as well.
Also only very recently retired. She only retired from domestic cricket at the end of last season.
Yep.
So it's a quick move into coaching, but it's necessary. It's great to see more women involved in coaching in the semi-pro game.
Worked off the legs for that one, but no run taken off the final ball of the over. So 3 off that one. Takes Gloucestershire for 13 for 1 off 4 overs.
That is something we probably should clarify as well, what we mean by Tier 2 for any viewers who are unaware of the setup of the women's game.
You going to elaborate?
I am. I'm just going to let Gemma Porter come in.
I mean, it's a cliffhanger. I like it. Okay, so Gemma Porter continuing from the River Tap end. Still coming around the wicket to the right-hander of Ahern.
Ahead of last season, the ECB restructured the women's game into 3 tiers. So we're currently watching Tier 2 cricket, which is a non-professional level of women county cricket.
Driven straight back, and they've taken a quick single, but Parfit collects, but they've taken the 1.
And the Tier 2 game is made up of the 9 first-class counties which aren't in Tier 1, which is the fully professional standard of the game. So the players you're seeing today are not professional cricketers.
Oh, it's drilled straight back to the bowler. Is that a chance? It felt like it could have been a chance there. Halliday certainly suggesting that it wasn't a bump ball. She had to step right across. And when you finish bowling, as you're coming out of your action, it's quite hard to get straight across there, but it will be probably seen as a drop catch there from Porter. She's bowling a nice line this over, so only one from it so far. So yeah, just looking at the replay here. See, she has to come right across, but yeah, that will go down as a dropped chance as Porter comes in, and that's pulled off the front leg for one, out to deep mid wicket, goes through. But yeah, that could have been the second wicket there for Glamorgan, so chances are there. Porter comes in for a final ball. Classic spinner. Bowled that one slightly quicker as the last ball of the over, as the other one got hit. And that takes it to 15 for 1 off 5 overs. And I'll be handing over to Sanjay.
Most of the players you're watching here today will be balancing cricket with full-time work or full-time studies. We've got a lot of university students on the pitch. But it's definitely an upgrade from the old county system, as Sanjay comes in next to me.
Hello Rosa, how are you?
I'm good, thanks. How are you?
Not bad at all. Working myself to Wales for the first time. It's lovely here, isn't it?
It's a great place. You should come more often.
I'm going to, hopefully. So we're at the taff end of the commentary box here at Sophia Gardens. No change in the bowling. The score remains 15 for 1 so far. Gloucestershire. Good tight start by Glamorgan. Shown in again bowls, and it's just treated respectfully by Halliday, who's at the Cathedral Road end for the first time today, sort of keeping each other at each other's ends, as it were, up to date. So Rosa, how's life? Everything good? Yeah, enjoying the view from up here?
It's a great view from this commentary box, isn't it?
It's warm as well, which is good.
We're much warmer than the spectators we have in, that's for sure.
Shannon again bowls, and it's pulled over into the leg side. There's a fielder out there, but it's going over her head. One bounce for 4. The fielder was slightly in off the square leg boundary. The umpire signals 4, and that's a good shot, good pick-up from Halliday. She's taken her time here. She's moved to 10 of 15 balls, and she's hit a couple of leg side boundaries so far, Rosa.
She has indeed. She's a player who sometimes takes a second to get going, likes to build her innings. So for Glamorgan, it's going to be about whether they can get her before she really starts ticking.
Shown in again. Outside the off, some bit of a wafty drive there by Beck Halliday. Practices a more aggressive shot. The shots she should have played, but no danger, no nick, and that goes through to the keeper. Yeah, so you've watched a lot of women's cricket, haven't you?
Yeah, probably too much, a lot of people would argue.
I don't think there's such a thing. I think you're absolutely fine to watch as much as you can in your student days. I mean, some say you should be studying, but that's a different story. Shern again approaches the crease, and again the ball staying slightly low outside the off stump from this end. There's a couple of times that the batter who's been there has played a tentative shot, let's say, and the ball has stayed low, and maybe there's a bit of mistrust in the bounce.
100%, and also with it being the first game of the season, batters still getting their iron. It's not ideal for them to have the ball playing so low.
I think that's an interesting thing about April. You expect it to move around and swing, but actually the pitches are quite low and slow around the country. Fuller this time, and again outside the off stump. The umpire gives a wide this time, which causes a bit of consternation in the Glamorgan ranks, who probably felt that was a bit harsh. Wry smile from Shern as she walks past the offending umpire. I think you can call them that from this distance, can't you? Probably not any closer, but we'll do it from here. She's got to bowl that one again. It's sun's come out a little bit. It's quite nice now here at Sophia Gardens, as Shern again bowls. This is stump to stump and just guided just to the point region by Halliday. That is at the end of the over. No, she's got to bowl the extra ball again. It's quite a tight offside field, Rosa, that the Glamorgan captain Lauren Parf is employing for Anime Shern.
It is. She does very much enjoy hitting through the cover region.
There's quite tight. If you look on the point, there's a funny fielder just slightly behind point. That's really tight there. As she comes in again, bowls outside the off stump, and again the umpire gives another wide. There's less complaints. You can see what she's trying to do there, bowling to her field.
100% trying to get Halliday to chip it to point.
Yeah, there's a fielder at point, there's a fielder at backward point, there's a cover, extra cover mid-off, so it's quite tight there. And there's a third as well, thirders. Last ball of this over, technically bowls, and this is stump to stump. It jags back a bit, but well covered up by Halliday. End of the over, Gloucestershire, 21 for 1.
It's a good start for Gloucestershire after the early wicket.
Yeah, Hearn on 6, Halliday on 10. They've been tight, the Glamorgan opening bowlers. Winchester's finest, Gemma Porter. I'm also from Winchester, so therefore I should be bigging her up as she continues from the Cathedral Road end. She's bowled 0 for 10 off her 3 overs. Shern's taken the only wicket to fall so far. Lara Molodina was bowled. She chopped one on for just one. The play in from Somerset. And Porter again bowls, flighted, and this time just an attempted drive by Ahern that doesn't go anywhere. Little inside edge. Interesting that she's bowling round the wicket to the right-handers, Rose. Let me tell you about your thoughts about that in a minute. Bowls again, very stump to stump, and this time just flicked around the corner for no run. Any reason you can see that Porter bowls around the wicket to the right-handers?
I mean, it's quite unusual actually in the women's game, but it's something Porter did quite regularly during the 2025 season.
She's up to the wicket again, bowls, and this time again turned round the corner behind a bit of a fielding fumble, but no harm done as the score remains on 21 for 1. So that's something she does a lot, does she? Bowls around the wicket to the right-handers.
She does, and it worked for her last season. I mean, 18 wickets in a one-day cup campaign, you definitely can't be complaining about.
Quicker ball, and it's a lovely little cut off the back foot from Ahern. The ball rolls away under the large sausage-like padding that's just off the boundary, that's tucked underneath, that's causing the fielder to go and find the ball. But it's a good shot by Ahern. She moves on to 10 and Gloucester 25 for 1. Yeah, she had a great season last year, Porter, 18 wickets, bowling the around the wicket off spin. Did you see a lot of that? Was there a mode of dismissal that she favoured? You can tell me about it in a minute as she bowls again, and this time tucked away on the leg. So it is a misfield that does cost runs. This time, the fielder rolls over the ball and the batters trot through for a single. Did you see many of her wickets? Do you know how she got the majority of them?
She isn't a bowler who relies on a particular dismissal, to be fair. I saw a few LBWs from her, but tends to be pretty varied.
This one's flighted up and just chipped into the leg side. Another misfield by the Glamorgan fielder who's positioned at mid-wicket. That does cost a single. Looking suspiciously at the pitch and some elbows. That's the end of that over. And the score is 27 for 1 off 4. This partnership is 23 4 for 1 when Layla Molodina was out. So how do you feel? So you're doing a lot of cricket commentary and work. Where were you yesterday?
I was at Edgbaston yesterday for the Tier 1 One-Day Cup opener between Warwickshire and Surrey. Wasn't a very close game, I think it's safe to say. Surrey went away with it, scoring 380 odd, and Warwickshire couldn't chase it, but it was great to see Danny Wyatt-Hodge score a century in good form ahead of that home T20 World Cup this summer.
It's Shern is going to continue from the River Taff end. Up to the wicket now, bowls full and just defended sensibly and respectfully by Becca Halliday, who remains on 11. So she got runs. Anyone else stand out for you? Anyone's pushing for that England squad, do you think?
Oh, that is a tough question.
I thought one in early, I thought.
There were a lot of England regulars on display yesterday. Actually, we had Sophia Dunkley and Alice Capsey also playing some cricket.
Shern again. Some a bit shorter, and that's a beautiful looking shot by Halliday. She just guided that into a big gap between mid-wicket and the fielder, who's a backward sort of a square leg area. And that rolls for 4. She moves on to 15, and Gloucestershire 31 for 1. Yeah, let's Capsey. It's about she's had all the talent, hasn't she? But I think now is the time where I think she may realise that how good she is. I heard that she's doing a lot in the gym and her fitness has improved, and this could be a big year for her.
It's also why it's so important we have our England centrally contracted players playing domestic cricket and playing in Tier 1. It's one of the changes since Charlotte Edwards has come in as head coach, and it does make a real difference to the overall quality.
Shown again, full, and a nice looking drive by Halliday. She's getting into her work here, Becca Halliday. She's been watchful so far, but has played a couple of lovely looking shots so far. She looks to build a total that Gloucestershire can defend. It's a 38 over game due to the rain, and well, we've still got the gusty winds, but the rain that we had earlier. But touch Formica, which is what we've got in front of us, it's looking all right as Sharon approaches the wicket again. This time it's a bit short and pulled, not timed by Becca Halliday. She got to the ball a bit quicker, came onto her slower than she thought, and she just sort of toe ends it really to the fielders fielding at sort of a shortish mid-wicket area for no run. It's good to see the England players out in force. I mean, you have that in the men's game as well, but there's some being managed, some being rested. I think that's probably true of the women's game. I guess some players are being time managed or workload managed at the moment. You can tell me who in a second. As Shern bowls a fuller delivery. This one's driven in the air slightly, but no harm as it goes to Lauren Parfitt, the Glamorgan captain, who's positioned herself at mid-on. No run there. The score remains 31 for 1. Who is being workload managed? I think that's the correct phrase.
I think the players everyone would predict. We've got England captain Nat Sitterbrunt, England wicketkeeper Amy Jones, and also Charlie Dean and Lauren Bell being rested at the moment. Charlie Dean is carrying a slight stress reaction.
Shown again, full, driven. That's a beautifully driven shot. The fielder dives and dives over it. That's a misfield by Flo Sharman again. I say again, it's not her this time. It's a fielder. It's a misfield again by a Glamorgan player, and the ball rolls to the boundary for 4. Gloucestershire 35 for 1. Halliday on 19. Ahern 11. So I guess the players who played in that World Cup, the 50 over World Cup, then maybe have gone over to Australia to play, then played in the WPL. I guess they're the ones who have come back fatigued, let's say.
100%. But as we say, the quality only improves when they are involved, so we can hope that they'll be back involved soon.
Yeah, and it's great for them to be going out and playing with the quality of players that they play in these competitions that can only improve the women's game. If you look at this, what that Women's World Cup win for India did for women India, not just cricket, but across society in general. I was speaking to Prakash Wakankar, who was on TMS, and he was saying that actually the money that's being, or the money that has been generated by the India win is going down even as far as in the more rural communities being used to improve their lives. So that's cricket for good is something that we can all praise. There's been a change of bowling at the river at the Cathedral Road end. Wesley comes in bowls, and this time it's just tucked into the leg side by Ahern there for no run. Yeah, Jazz Wesley. She's a new signing, I believe. Is that right?
She is a new signing for Glamorgan this season.
With her off-spin bowls, and it's loopy and it's flighted, and it's just pushed forward by Ahern for no run. Yeah, so the use of the funds that are generated by by global tournaments in countries that benefit the lives of women in overall is a wonderful thing. As shorter outside the sun, this time it's chopped away beautifully by Halliday, by Ahern. Sorry, the ball trickles to the boundary now for 4. She moves on to 15. The outfield is probably a bit slow, I would say, even though the boundaries are in for this game, 55 to 65 yards typically, a women's one-day cup boundary, but that the outfield looks slow, which is expected given all the rain that we've had this morning. Wesley again bowls, and again chopped on and nearly chopped on to the stumps there by Ahern, but nothing actually happened that she needed to be worried about.
It was a good diving effort from Flo Sharman, but it did evade her early season jitters.
That'll be it as Wesley comes in, flighted, boulder, that is out. That's the end of Ahern. Great flighted delivery, a 4th ball for for Glamorgan, Jazz Wesley, and she gets her first wicket. Ahern has gone for 15, Gloucestershire 39 for 2.
What a start to a Glamorgan career for Jazz Wesley after joining from Sussex last year. Just that slightly loose delivery which went for 4. Apart from that, it's been a really tight over and definitely deserved the wicket.
And did you say that Anna May Shern was a new player this year or not? I'm just going to put you on the spot. Now, you thought you'd gone past that stat.
She's a Glamorgan Academy graduate.
Right, okay. Because she took her wicket early doors as well. So good starts for those who are new in any way, shape or form into this Glamorgan one-day cup team. Gloucestershire 39 for 2. The last time these two sides met, which was May last year, Glamorgan, big win. They scored 300 odd, I believe, and won it reasonably easily. Do you see added strengths in the sides now that you think are going to change the outcome of what happened last year, or do you think it's Glamorgan are still stronger? But due to the fact they're the regional powerhouse, if you like, they have the academy. It's an anomaly, I guess, where Gloucestershire and Wiltshire and counties like that, their younger players actually play for Glamorgan Academy. Do you think that comes through to their first team?
100%, but I also think we have some balance as we've got a lot of Glamorgan Academy talent in this Gloucestershire side as well.
It's Start who's come in to face Wesley, who bowls and slightly short, and she tucks away on the left side and on the onside. Sorry, I was doing a different sport there with my left and right. Not sure what I was up to. I think I was watching Rory McIlroy yesterday blasting a ball all around the golf course, and that's probably what's done me there. That's the end of the first over by Jazz Wesley. She takes a wicket. Gloucestershire are 40-2.
I mean, Gloucestershire are a side with real potential with that. With Fran Wilson coming in as their head coach. Liv Daniels is a Glamorgan Academy graduate. She is the youngest captain in Tier 2. She was captain for the whole of last season at just 19. Oh. Very impressive young player.
We can have a change of bowling here at the River Taff end. Bethan Ellis, I believe, is coming on to bowl. It's confusing, isn't it? There's a number of Ellises, a number of Phillipses.
This Ellis has come on loan from Warwickshire. She was in the squad yesterday for their game against Surrey, so she made a late trip up last night to be here today.
So how does that work? I mean, are they contracted to Tier 1 counties and then a bit like the loan system in football, let's say, they go and play at a different county, different level just to get game experience?
We see it quite regularly in Tier 2, players from Tier 1 who are struggling to break into their teams coming on loan. They'll remain contracted with their Tier 1 side and often can play both. We saw it with Stir Callis last year, who went on loan from Tier 2 to Tier 1 and was playing 2 games a weekend for Yorkshire and Warwickshire.
That's a lot of travel. As Georgina Start faces up and it's outside the off stump, the keeper stood up and takes it nicely for no run. Quite a tight field here, apart from on the leg side where you've got 2 boundary riders, one just in front of square leg and one sort of just further round at a deep mid-wicket. There's also an orthodox mid-wicket and just a short fine leg as she bowls again, and this time outside the off stump, and again keeper stood up, standing up still. I'm not sure I've got some words there, but they're in an order that you wouldn't recognise as a sentence. So
it's not just early season for the audience; it's early season for us too.
It happens for all of us. Becca Halliday goes up and has a chat with Georgina Start. Maybe she knows something as Ellis comes in and just tucked into the leg side, and they just drop through for a single. Halliday is going to take the strike. But it's interesting to see if she's more aggressive against Ellis. Certainly Start just dangled the bat slightly. It wasn't really positive in her stroke play.
I mean, Start had a phenomenal season last year for Gloucestershire. She was the team's highest run scorer.
Let's see if she can build on that this year. Won't make any jokes about Start as Ellis comes in again, bowls, and she's played nicely. She's middling it well, Becca Halliday, at the moment. She's hit some nice shots with no runs. Let's hope she keeps her patience and keeps building innings. So I suspect that Gloucestershire are going to have to rely on her as a fulcrum, if you like, for getting big runs here this afternoon. In comes Ellis again. This time she bowls it up in the air, but it's one bounce. Bounces just before Poppy Walker, who's fielding at mid-on. They come through for a single. Just as I said, commentator's curse, isn't it? Just as I say, she needs to be steady and she needs to just be watchful. She pumps one up in the air and it luckily just bounces in front of the fielder, Poppy Walker, who bowls off spin, I believe, and she'll be coming on to bowl, you to think, at some particular point. Ellis in again, bowls, and it's outside the off stump and chopped away. Just nicely fielded and thrown back in with ferocity to the keeper. That's the end of Ellis's first over. She takes no run. Rosa's breaking the studio, and we welcome Kathy Wilkins back in. Rosa's going to pick up whatever it is she has broken. She was complaining about the chair earlier, but it's not, it's just a water bottle, so we're lucky that no permanent damage is done. Hello, Kathy.
Hello. You all right?
Yeah, not bad. You?
Yeah, good.
You can take over the talking bit if you want.
I sort out my two pairs of glasses I seem to be wearing.
No, you don't need those.
No.
You just need the one. Oh, no, Kathy's breaking. There's chaos
Wrecking
going
the
on
joint.
here. I don't know. I'm the only professional in the house. I don't.
Not hard.
What do you make of the start then by both sides?
Yeah, I think it's, the run rate's, it's good. It's up there. They've gone quite well from Gloucestershire. So obviously Fran Wilson in her debut as coach this year. So we're all quite keen to see the impact she'll have on the team. But yeah, I think Glamorgan would be the happier of the team at the moment. 2 wickets. And like I say, a few other chances are around, so I think they will be the happier of the two. But in terms of, run rates, 4, not awful given reduced overs and not really sure what the pitch was going to do with the weather that was circling. And fingers crossed it will stay away for the rest of today's play. As Wesley comes in, she's looping up nicely. That's a real big hit straight back over the bowler's head. And that has gone all the way for a 6. So that is a fantastic shot from Halliday. I mean, it was lofted right up there. It was there to be hit, for want of a better word. But she absolutely got hold of that. Pretty much the longest part of the ground as well. So straight over long on as the Glamorgan fielder has to go into the stands to collect the ball. But, I mean, I really like that Wesley's, throwing it up because that's what you want. But Halliday capitalising on that just absolutely being in the slot and smacking it straight back over her head as Wesley comes back in. A bit flatter that one, as expected. Any true spinner, when you've been hit for a 4 or a 6, the next one's always a bit flatter and faster.
Is it my imagination, or is there only supposed to be 2 fielders outside the circle in the first 10 overs? Or is it changed because the overs have been reduced?
I think because the overs have been reduced, the power play would have changed. Oh, that felt like a chance again, straight through mid-wicket, hands there in close. I have to see the replay whether that was a chance that has gone. So we just quickly see the replay come through.
I think so.
Definitely. She's really having a swing here at start. Missed everything and everyone as the ball slows up before it gets to the boundary, so through the wicketkeeper, so it's byes. But I think they've 3 runs taken, so good running.
I think that's the opportunity, isn't it, for these batters? Is it's a slow outfield and quite a big ground. There's some big gaps out there, and if they can place the ball into those gaps and actually put the hammer down, there's 2s and 3s to be had.
Definitely. This is always actually the slower part of the pitch behind. Yeah, the cathedral end. It was. Whether that's where the water runs off. She's smacked that one straight back over the bowler's head, but the fielder was too far out, almost towards the boundary, so it only just made it out of the inner ring. But I think Wesley, if I was Wesley, I'd be all right with this. I'd be, she's gone for probably 8 or 9 off that over, but there are absolute chances there. And, in terms of what you're looking for to be able to capitalise on those chances, then I'm sure they will come.
We're about, we've had 11 overs. What do you think a good score is? What would Gloucester be aiming at?
So if we go with the fact we're going to have all our overs, They've gone quite well. I think they're up and they want to be up towards 200 for sure. And I think anything past that they'd be probably happy with in terms of, if you think it was a 40 over game, maybe 220. But yeah, I think they look to be very aggressive to get that run rate up in case Duckworth Lewis does come in to play a bit later in the day. So looking to have a stronger strike rate at the start of the innings.
So you think Ellis has Halliday's got to play a major part in building a score there? She's on 28 currently.
Yeah.
60, 70. That's the type of score they're going to get a decent score on her.
Yeah, I think she's probably key to their innings actually here today. You know, clearly strikes the ball brilliantly as she's drilled that one straight back past Ellis for a single down the ground. But yeah, clearly connects with the ball really well. Good movement of the feet.
Plays it straight well.
Yeah.
And there aren't that many gaps around. It's quite a well placed field by Lauren Parfitt here for Bethan Ellis. So bowling very stump to stump to keep the Gloucestershire batters tight, and the keeper standing up, which is always difficult if you're trying to get on with it.
Yeah. So yeah.
Do we know much about Bethan Ellis? What did she do before? We need Rosa here. Rosa's
we
our,
do, yeah. Don't put
our
me on the
expert
spot.
on players.
Okay.
No, okay, I forgot who was there. Sorry, I'll save that question for when Rosa comes back again.
Cuts beautifully through. Backward point and races away for 4 runs there.
Yeah, I think that was one of those sprints you do when you maybe should have stopped it, and you know the captain's looking, and you think if I put an effort in, she won't think that I've got that one wrong. So, but she had no chance of stopping it. It was well timed, that by Georgina Start.
Yeah, I think Ellis just needs to tighten up the line a bit here. Because any width, they are capitalising on it. Better line. Oh,
that's gone through everything.
Went through everything, yeah. Oh, 4 runs given. So
chance them.
Must have been.
Be harsh to go down as a drop, wouldn't it?
Yeah, I think it's the pros and cons of standing up to medium pace or pace bowling. It's
definitely an interesting field on the leg side though, with those 2 boundary riders out there, but she's bowling outside the off stump. As you know, she straightens one up, and that goes through the fielder, Anna May Shern, who's close in at mid wicket. Did you play here at any point?
No.
Didn't you?
No. So, yep, brings the end of the over. So Gloucester now 63 for 2 off 12 overs. The reduced overs of 38 here today. So going along nicely. Halliday on 29 off 35 balls with Start. Making a good start, 11 off 10 balls.
I see.
Thank you.
I was trying not to. I mean, it was there, wasn't it? It was there to be had, but I thought, no, I'll let someone else do it.
Yeah.
So
always,
I did.
Always going to be me. Unless a bit of a crowd come in, look at that.
I know. Well, it's after you announced it was free.
Well, yeah.
I think
Flocking to Sophia Gardens. Let's hope it was free.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Otherwise, they'd be queuing up underneath his press box. It was Kathy Wilkins who said that, ladies and gentlemen. There's some warm-up games, isn't there, for the Women's World Cup here at Sophia Gardens?
Yes, yeah, they are hosting, which would be great.
Do you know who?
I don't know who.
Not been announced yet.
No. Change of bowler. So we've got a change of bowler. Walker coming on at the River Tough end. So more spin.
Changes in the field here. The keeper's moving the field around to a sort of a short third. Tossing the ball from hand to hand, a bit more position. Very precise here.
Yeah.
The field that's being placed for Poppy Walker, who's young, I believe, 17, 18, I think. As again, I need Rosie. Oh, that's a nice looking shot from Start here. It's beautifully fielded on the boundary. That's an excellent stop in the deep. quite see who it is at the moment.
B. Ellis out there working the boundary.
But do you think this is the bowler they're going to look to go after? It's in that sort of time of the game, isn't it? Young bowler.
That's a much better line. Yeah, really well bowled. Giving it good revs there as well, by the looks of it.
The spinner looks on and admiringly. Now this is going to be interesting. This is an interesting matchup, I think. Walker to Halliday, who's set at 29 runs. But she pushes her back. That's she's varied the pace well there in the first 3 balls so far.
Definitely.
Look, there's a whole... There's like one stand's nearly full over there on the left-hand side. There's like people coming in.
The coach has turned up by the looks of it. It's brilliant. Nicely flighted up. Ooh, it's a shout for LBW. Halliday swiftly moves away from her stumps to not let the umpire watch that too much,
Yes.
but it looked too high and probably drifting down leg. But good line. Like I say, getting some, maybe a little bit of turn. It's Beth Gammon doing what Beth Gammon does best. Absolutely brilliant sliding stop in the covers there and up quickly in straight into the wicket keeper, but they didn't scamper a single, but they thought about it, but realised who the fielder was. Nicely flighted up in the last ball of Walker's over there.
That was impressive.
Yeah, great opening over from Poppy Walker. Moves Gloucestershire only on by 1 to 64 for 2 off 13 overs.
Is there a change? What are they going to do? Because it took Wesley off. I mean, she bowled well the first, took a wicket, didn't she? And she, 3 overs, and they brought Walker on. I wondered if they were going to swap around to this end, but they're not. It is Ellis who's continuing to bowl here at the end we're at. She's bowled 2 overs, 0-4-12 so far in conference with her captain, just making sure the field is what they want it to be. And there's a slight field change here as Anna May Shern goes from mid-wicket, trots across. She's going to third, and she's just positioned just inside the fielding circle there. So that's everybody happy as Ellis approaches the crease. It's full and it's driven, and it's fielded by the excellent Beth Gammon. Beth Gammon is, I think, probably the gun fielder, is she not, in the in the Glamorgan setup?
Absolutely fantastic fielder.
Fielding in that crucial position at cover, and just making sure that she's on top of it, crouches down as Ellis comes in again. It's flighted, it's driven, just skewed off the outside edge, where it's fielded just coming off the boundary for no run. Ellis has bowled a couple of balls in this over. Gloucestershire looking that they need to get going here. Even though the rate is all right, they probably need to just put the hammer down a bit. They've got to pick the bowler they feel that they're going to go after. And it's just chopped away nicely down to Flo Sharman, who's fielding on the point boundary. They just trot through for single. Important, I guess, with the if the outfield is slow, and it will quicken up as the sun shines and the wind blows, just to keep turning the strike around.
Yeah, absolutely. And they seem to be doing this quite well, actually. So, that strike rate is... So the run rate is creeping up to 5 now, so they are looking to probably capitalise in these sort of middle-ish overs and just, take advantage of the sun being out and it just, like you say, drying out a bit more. But it's all spreading a bit now, isn't it? Fielders are spreading out a bit more, so there is more opportunity for those singles, like you say, to keep that strike rotating. Lofted drive down, but doesn't quite carry as far as Parfit, but they take a quick single. Ooh, great shy at the stumps, looked very close. I think she probably would have just made her ground, but Captain Lauren Parfit did really well there. Obviously to her left hand, Oh yeah, she would have been out as well. Would have been out. So unlucky.
It's putting that pressure on, though, isn't it? They're taking chances now, Gloucestershire.
Oh. Swatted away.
Put the dive in, put the dive in. Oh, it's too late.
Yeah, that's pitched a bit short, so just rocked back and pulled that one straight down to deep mids for 4 runs for the end of the over. Takes Gloucestershire on to 72 for 2. 14 overs gone, so 24 overs remain in this reduced over game due to an earlier rain delay. So only 38 overs per side.
Run rate of 5 at the moment, which is steady, which is good. Partnership of 33 so far between start and Halliday, and it will be Poppy Walker to continue, and it will be Halliday who is facing the drop long on back, tempting her into the big shot that she's played once already today. It's flighted. She bowls good lengths, Poppy Walker, doesn't she?
Yeah, really good.
It doesn't give the batter a lot of chance to sort of get on the front foot and play an aggressive shot. And it's up in that area, it's up in the air. Stroll dropped. It was straight down the throat of the fielder who was positioned there. Halliday swings her bat in anger. She knew that was a poor shot, a crucial chance for Glamorgan, which they've unfortunately spilled. And they take a single to the Gloucestershire batters. That was a chance, obviously. I mean, they don't come much easier than that.
No, not at all. And they set the field for it. That was the plan. That's what they wanted to do, knowing that Halliday's going for those bigger shots.
And it was Gemma Porter out there.
Gemma Porter out there. Just came in off the boundary, but spilled it straight through the hands, unfortunately.
Walker will feel unlucky there. She bowls. This time Halliday plays the same shot, but she's found a gap between Porter and Flo Sharman and on the leg side, and they come through for 2. If there's runs after this, I think Lauren Parfitt and Poppy Walker are going to be annoyed.
Yeah, it's some of those key moments, isn't it, that you want to take those catches. The age-old saying, catches win matches. But you can absolutely see the intention of Halliday here. She's shoulders open now, let's go for it. So she's looking to increase not only the strike rate, but also trying to increase the total for Gloucestershire as much as possible. And in quick time, and again, just pulls that off the front pad, but there is a fielder out there just in front of square. Single taken.
It's cold, it's windy, but no real excuses for Gemma Porter. She got there. I mean, she might have taken it a little bit low, but she got there in good time, got both hands to it. Unfortunately, just spilled out, and Gloucestershire move on to 77 for 2. I think the thing with Halliday is that she doesn't need to play those big shots. I mean, she's set now. She's been there, obviously, since the beginning. She's faced 48 balls. She's on 36. I think if she just, she obviously has those shots, doesn't she? She wants to play the big drives in the V, and she doesn't need to necessarily play around the legs. Rosa's lurking behind me, which is a sign that I need to get off the mic, which is probably good for most people. As long as she doesn't break anything, I will hand over to her now.
So Phillips now has come in at the cathedral end. So that's Sarah Phillips. Again, continuing with spin, so off spin. Just slightly down leg, so it's just worked away by Halliday there.
A much less dramatic entrance than my exit last time. Apologies about that, everyone. It's the issue with metal water bottles. When you knock them over, it sounds like someone's died almost.
I tripped on the wire, so you're right. It's a full toss and it's put away, but there is a sweeper out deep square, so that's collected and only the one. So Halliday, 37 off 49 and start going really well. 19 off 16 balls so far. So good strike rate from her. Again, nicely looped at much better line, but just worked away by Halliday. Through mid-wicket. Very collected quickly, and they looked for a second because it went straight through the bowler's hands. But no second run taken, so 3 from 3 already from this over.
Got a good crowd building up here at Sophia Gardens.
Yeah, not sure what it looks like. A group. I'm not sure whether it's a cricket group or but yeah, nice. They're wearing some sort of team colours for sure, maroon and yellow. Might ask cameraman nicely to just pan in on that, see if we can find out what team that is that's coming to support, as that's pulled away to in front of square again for a single. 4 for the over, 1 ball to come.
It's a new Metrobank One Day Cup kit for Glamorgan. I have to say, it's a lovely one with the daffodil details.
Yeah, the little daffodils. It's drilled down the ground, but part of it's there. It's bobbled as it hit these just onto the outfield, but a great stop, would have easily been 4. So great diving stop there from the captain, which brings the end of the over and moves Gloucestershire on to 82 for 2 off 16 overs. So
We panned into this team. We need a research job on this.
Yeah,
We need someone to go and ask them.
but it's good to see them in. So, like I say, big little group has come in.
It's great to see people out on their numbers supporting Tier 2 cricket.
Definitely. Right, Walker from the River Taff end, currently 0 for 7 off her 2 overs. Halliday on strike. Rocks back, but no run. So straight to Bethingham. Often in that inner ring in the covers, extra cover. Absolutely fantastic ground fielder and deep fielder as well. Oh, that's a swing and a miss from Halliday. He's gone straight through, unfortunately, through Megan Sturgeon. It rolls down to the boundary, but has slowed up. So only the one taken, and it is a bye. Bit flatter, or try to work it away, start there, but got down low but didn't manage to connect.
It's a good start, this, from the teenager. Just 7 conceded off 2.3.
Making a little adjustment, so yeah, just speaking to the captain, just bringing out short fine into the ring to the mid-wicket area. So 3 very close fielders there, all at different angles to reduce that. And she's gone to a reverse sweep exactly where the fielder has just been moved from. So really well played by Start there. Doesn't carry, unfortunately, but they will pick up 2, but very intelligent batting from Georgina Start. So saw the fielder had moved and then used the flight of the ball to do the reverse sweep.
It's a tale as old as time as a bowler, moving a fielder, but it's intelligent play from Start.
She goes again. Oh, it was uppish, but that fielder just moved from the point area. So 2 runs again.
A lovely diving stop from Sharman.
Last ball of this over. Flight out. She's reversing the last three, so that was clearly the shot she wanted to be playing at the end of this over. So Halliday still currently on 39 off her 53 balls and start going really well. 24 off 22 balls. Run rate still hovering at about 5. And Gloucestershire on 87 for 2 off 17 overs. So we are halfway through. What do you think a good score Gloucestershire will be looking to make here today?
I think if you can get 220, you're in a really, really, really strong position. Strong batting side, Glamorgan.
So with those two earlier wickets, these two have battered very well together, almost at 50 runs for their partnership. So that's drilled down the ground brilliantly, just moved feet Halliday on there on the full, 4 runs, and that does bring up the 50 partnership for Halliday and Start and moves Halliday on to 43. But yeah, that was just good feet movement, hit it on the full, picked a spot, beautiful shot for 4.
It's a lovely drive avoiding Bethan Gammon at cover.
Yeah, worked that angle really well. Partnership now 52. Dot ball, so just looked to rock back and cut that one, but went straight through to Megan Sturge, who's behind the stumps today. As Phillips comes in, again, Halliday hits it. Gammon, Beth Gammon diving stop. If anyone was going to turn that into a fantastic catch, it was probably going to be Bethan Gammon, but just couldn't make the ground. May have got a hand to it as she dived, but single taken. That's cut just a point, but fielded, no run taken. Five off the over so far with 2 balls to go, so keeping that run rate very much in the 5 area for Gloucestershire. Drilled straight back down the ground, quick single taken, perfect run. Lauren knew she had to send it to the end of Halliday, but in the meantime of that throw, there was a bit of a clash between Halliday and the wicketkeeper Megan Sturge, who is down in what looks like a little bit of pain. So they have called for the physio, I think, to come out. It was great intelligence there from Lauren Parfitt, knowing that was, throwing it right to the other end as Halliday set off slowly. But as it came in, you'll see that she runs straight through her leg and pushes the air, pushes her knee back. Nothing that Halliday could have really done about that.
That would have been a painful one, but thankfully it looks like she's up.
She is up. So hopefully all okay. In a little bit of pain, but carrying on. Last ball of this over. Halliday drills it between, again, that gap between Parfitt and Bethan Gammon, and it does race away all the way to the boundary. So 4 off the last ball for Halliday, which moves her up to 48. And that's a great over there for Gloucestershire, scoring 10 off that over. So again, great footwork, brilliant drive, straight through, piercing the gap. Nothing Lauren could do about that as it raced away to the boundary.
Halliday is playing some lovely shots through that cover region.
Yeah, she really is. So that takes Gloucestershire on to 97 for 2 off 18 overs, with a run rate of 5.39 and 20 overs remaining. So they're going very well at the moment. And Halliday, like I say, just 2 shy of a half century. Continuing with Walker at the River Taff end.
I was about to say, dare I say it, with commentator's curse.
It's pulled off the leg down to third man. Halliday on strike. So we've got a few sweepers out. So we've got 2 on the leg side. We've got deep mid on, and we've also got deep extra cover. But blocks it, builds the tension a bit. But well balled by Poppy Walker. Try not to give any sort of width. Give Halliday too much here. Again, nicely played. Worked off the hips there for a single just in front of square. Moves Halliday on to 49.
It's been a highlight of this Gloucestershire batting innings, actually, their rotation of the strike.
Yeah, and these pair have done it brilliantly. Like, you know, starts 26 off 25. So, like you say, it's those rotational strikes. Halliday's hitting the ball really well, so looking to get her back on strike as much as possible. That's a dot ball. But yeah, she's really supported her well with those loss of those 2 earlier wickets.
It's the thing that's drilled into you, isn't it, when you're a young player? You just need to take turns, get the other batter on strike.
It's a bit shorter and pulled off the leg. Just be for a single. So Halliday back on strike. 1 ball left of this over. She requires 1 for a half century.
The 100 is also up for Gloucestershire.
100 is also pending. And Gloucestershire move on to 100, so there's a little ripple in the crowd there as a bit wider but drilled back down and no run taken. So that is the end of the over. So Halliday remains on 49 off her 60 balls. They start on 27 off 27. And Gloucestershire, like I say, are 100 for 2 off 19 overs. So quick drinks break is taken. So with 20 overs to go, you're almost like a game of 2 halves, as they say. You know, it's been good that they've kept a great partnership. So the partnership's currently 61. I think that then allows Halliday that freedom to, you know, continue to play her shots as she is doing so well. And obviously they've got a good batting lineup still to come from Gloucestershire's point of view. So I think that, again, like that enables Halliday to play her game. It's obviously a bit for Glamorgan to think about in terms of the bowlers they've got left to use, and 19 overs in which to try and keep Gloucestershire's score to a minimum, so it's something for them to be able to chase down.
The drinks break also gives us an opportunity to see what's happening elsewhere in Tier 2 cricket. It is raining in Derbyshire, where they are 124 for 6 from 39 overs. It is also raining in Leicestershire, where Sussex are 152 for 6. The only place where there is no rain is in Northants, where Northants are 286 for 7 against Kent.
How many overs are left in that game?
10.
Wow.
That's a great question.
Yeah. Big score for them down there.
Dare I say it, it looks like the rain is staying reasonably away here too. We've got lovely sunny skies, lots of blue. There is a little bit of grey. I'm going to be honest with you, but it never rains in Wales.
Yeah, I must admit, it was quite heavy rain last time. I'm only Bristol way. It was very heavy rain for Bristol last night and a bit this morning.
You know, I'm on the 16th floor of my accommodation, and when I tell you the building was quite literally shaking all night.
Yeah, the ground staff have done a brilliant job here this morning, clearing quite a lot of water off the outer covers. They haven't taken them completely away. They know this ground better than anybody else, for sure, so they know what may be on the weather radar later this afternoon, but like we say, it seems to be skirting round Sophia Gardens at the moment, which is good, and long may that continue as the drinks break concludes. So Glamorgan in a huddle, just talking about how they're going to no doubt tackle the next 20 overs and where they can maybe take some wickets to break this partnership up and get someone new into the crease. But Halliday going brilliantly, 49 off 60, and being extremely well supported by Georgina Start, who is also 27 off 27 balls with a strike rate of 5.26 for Gloucestershire. As the sun continues to shine. And Gemma Porter comes on to bowl at the Cathedral end. So we've got the 2 sweepers out, leg side. Everyone else pretty much in the ring, and deep mid out on the boundary as well. So 3 sweepers out. So continuing spin, nicely looped up. Straight to Parfitt, who's quick in to throw that back down to the wicketkeeper.
Sturge does seem to have recovered from that slight knock on the knee.
Yeah, which is great. Just try to work that off middle and off stump down to third man, but fielded brilliantly. Again, nice line and length here from Porter. 3 dot balls to start. She's absolutely launched it out, but there is a fielder there. Oh, they couldn't decide between the 2 of them. Oh, that feels like another chance that should have been taken by Glamorgan. There was a bit of a communication breakdown. The 2 fielders out there in the deep, but both stopped and didn't go for it. And then it just one bounce and then fielded back in. But if you just watch the replay, just neither of them went for it. Real shame there. As Porter comes in again, driven straight back to her by Halliday, who is on strike still on 49. But yeah, should have been taken, Rosa.
Should have been definitely a case of early season jitters from Sharman and Bethan Ellis.
Pushed out wider. Oh, swing and a miss. So Halliday stays on 49. That takes Gloucestershire to 101 for 2 off 20 overs. And I will hand over to Sanjay.
Swap out in commentary as Sanjay comes in next to me. It's a great start here from Gloucestershire after the loss of some early wickets. Hello there, Sanjay. Welcome back.
Thank you very much. Yeah, quick grab something to eat and back for another stint. And it's looking good for Gloucestershire here. I think these 2 are well set. Halliday is 1 away from a 50. Start, who didn't begin that well. See, I could have said start there, but I didn't. Is on 29. She's certainly putting her sweeps and reverse sweeps into good use. It's Walker bowling from the far end.
It's taken.
Oh, sorry, I was just chatting away vaguely. It was up in the air, and it is taken. It's a catch that should have been taken a while ago in that position, but this time Georgia Porter does hang on to one, and that is the end of the set. Halliday.
Commentators cursed that from
It
all
was,
of us,
yeah.
going on about the 49.
It was the call 49, and it was a much, much better catch this time. You can see the joy in her face as she takes it this time, and steadied herself a lot better than she did the first time. She was on the move in that first catch that she put down, and that's a crucial breakthrough for Glamorgan.
It was a much needed wicket for Glamorgan. That partnership was starting to get away from them slightly.
I was just looking at you talking about start and not saying start, and I totally missed the catch, which is probably not a good start to my commentary, but it does bring in Emily Geach, who's also, I believe, part of the Glamorgan Academy setup here, but playing for Gloucester, which is quite strange, just swapping from one change room to the other. Gloucestershire 102 for 3 Walker deserved that wicket. I think she's bowled really well. I'd say for me she's been the pick of the bowler so far.
Agreed with that one. I think it's important to mention as well that Geach is a Gloucestershire EPP Academy graduate who now plays her academy cricket at Glamorgan, just to make it extra confusing for all of you following along at home.
Yeah, it's a setup. And I guess with women's cricket, as they've changed it so much over the years, they've chopped and changed the formats, team names, the regional setups back to the counties. And it's one that's going to stick now, thanks to the work that Charlotte Edwards has put in so far. Walker 1 for 15 now as she bowls, and there's a big appeal. It looks leg-sided to me, and there's no real interest from anyone apart from the bowler, really. And the umpire certainly agrees that there was nothing there to be had.
There was no movement at all from the umpire.
Not interested. Not interested in the slightest. Walker leg side, and this time leg side wide given by the umpire. Geach is on 90. So Start now has got to play the role that Halliday was playing. Halliday is the technical backbone of the Gloucestershire batting. Has had a good couple of years, but won't be there to see her side through. As this time Geach puts it down, nice little tuck off her hips, tumbling stop just in front of us here by Sarah Phillips, and they come through for 2, and Geach is off the mark here. Poppy Walker just needs to get a line back a bit here. She's just bowling a bit too, bearing in mind she's bowling off, he's bowling a bit too straight, bit too leg side. Probably needs to just give herself a bit of room outside the off stump, and she bowls, and this time Geach puts it up in the air, but it's going to land safely between the fielders on the leg side at mid-wicket and a deepish mid-wicket. And again, they come through for a single this time, and Geach moves on to 3. What do you know about Emily Geach?
I mean, she's a very handy addition with ball in hand. She took 6 wickets for Gloucestershire last season.
Flatter from Walker, and this time Start just tries to paddle it into what is a big gap on the leg side, but to no avail. Gloucestershire 106 for 3. Yes, she does both, does she, Emily Geach?
She does, and I can't get the image out of I'm really outing her for this, so I do apologise to Emily. But Glamorgan went on an academy tour to India a couple of months ago, and they did a live version of Traitors. Have you watched Traitors?
I'm one of the few people in the world that hasn't.
Oh, great.
I
do recommend.
I'm more of a Death in Paradise kind of guy,
I get that, but
Thank
you
you.
must know Claudia Winkleman.
Yes.
Emily Geach was Claudia Winkleman and fit with the fringe. It was quite the vision.
And this is a pre-season tour this year, was it?
It was indeed. Glamorgan took about 9 or 10 of their academy players out there. Great experience for those guys out in India.
And where did they go, do you know?
They've been.
No, yeah, where did they go?
Where did they go? That's beyond my knowledge.
There's quite a few academies and setups and stuff nowadays. Not that IPL, WPL money's got into infrastructural build there, and I think they're reaping the rewards. Bit of a moon ball, Sam Curran-esque from Georgia Porter there. And it is Geach. She's probably the only left-hander playing today, I think, isn't she?
I think she is, yes.
That's a big appeal, and looks leg-sidey. Some interest from the keeper and from the bowler, but the umpire certainly was not interested. And it's a good line this from Georgia Porter, just keeping the batters interested. Oh, it's another decent ball, and it's missed by Geach, and they come through a single. I think the umpire's going to give a bye. Yep.
Again, we're seeing this rotation of the strike from these Gloucestershire batters. I'm going to guess that's something that's been drilled into them by Fran Wilson, something she was very good at throughout her playing career.
Yeah, there's enough room in there with this field to be able to just put the ball into places and run through. There's a reverse sweep attempted by Start. That's definitely her shot, isn't it? She likes sweeping and reverse sweeping.
She really does.
Some have gone well, some like that one less well. 107 for 3. And yeah, I heard your weather forecast earlier. It looks like you are right. It's nice and sunny. The wind's dropped, which is always good. There was your flat was shaking. Your block of flats. You thought we had thunder earlier, but it was definitely
it was
the
wind.
wind. Yeah, the wind was shaking the media centre here at Sophia Gardens in Cardiff. We're watching Gloucestershire take on Glamorgan, and this is a big appeal. Looked outside the off stump. Start just give the umpire just a bit of a look just to make sure. Let's have a look on the replay here. Yeah, it's outside the leg stump. She attempted a 47th reverse sweep of her innings. She's on 29 Gloucestershire, 107 for 3.
It's a great over that from Gemma Porter, just a one by from it.
Yeah, they're in this middle section. They've put the squeeze on a bit. The Glamorgan bowlers is taking a view of the Gloucestershire players taking it in the sun. Jonathan Lewis up there. John Lewis, ex-England coach, ex-Gloucestershire seam bowler.
It's good to see him back involved in the women's game and playing quite an active role as well. He's the director of cricket now at Gloucestershire, but he was helping with the warm-ups from a coaching point of view.
Yeah. Warm was not the word I would have used for what they did this morning. It looked blooming freezing. They were catching with gloves on.
It did look
Something
cold.
that Kathy was particularly not impressed with. Not in my day, she kept saying. Not in my day. And she would have been right, obviously. And what have we got going on here? It's Shern, the opening bowler, who's coming back, Anna May Shern. She's bowled 4 overs, taken 1 for 19. She took the wicket of Leila Moladina early doors. Seemed a long time ago that she went for 4, Moladina, and she's going to bring some pace back to what's been a predominantly spin attack. I'm surprised that Jazz Wesley hasn't bowled more, but she's sure will be coming on again to bowl. It's outside the off stump, and it was a full toss. Probably missed out there, I think. Geach would have felt that she should have done a bit more with what was a bit of a gift, but warm-up's one of those balls, isn't it? You bowl, you've had a long layoff, bit of a rest, and a bit stiff after standing out in the cold. It's nice here, but that wind is cold, and she was probably suffering from that this time. It's a decent shot that from Geach. That's going to go underneath the diving fielder out at mid-wicket. That had an opportunity, Flo Sharman, to get to that. She got there quickly, dived on top of it. That's gone for 4. Geach moves on to 7. And if you were superstitious, and it's funny with Gloucestershire, David Shepherd, an old umpire from back in the day that our listeners and viewers, well, then Rose is looking at me going, what is this bloke talking about? He would stand on one leg when it was 1-1-1. So Nelson, there we have it. And she bowled her even. Geach has gone. That's a great ball from Shern. Geach tried to pull that into the leg side, missed it totally, got Castle, middle stump gone. She's gone for 7, and Gloucestershire 111 for 4.
Great response after the boundary from Shern. Really promising opening spell, having come in from the academy setup this season.
She's done that twice now. She's taken crucial wickets with the 3rd or 4th ball of her first over of a spell. She got rid of Leila Moladina early, and now she's got rid of Geach. And poor shot really. Didn't need to play it. Bit too aggressive. And just ticking the ball around straight back, put it into the gaps. There's runs there to be scored for Gloucestershire, but not if you've got batters back in the hutch. As Geoffrey Boycott, always another bloke who played a long time before you were born, Rosa. Geoffrey Boycott said, you can't score runs from the pavilion, he used to say. Not in that accent, I just thought I'd tell you. But there's another wicket gone for Gloucestershire. They've gone for 111 for 4. So we've got David Shepherd and Jeff Boycott into the same conversation. And you're going to go away and look on Google and see who on earth these people were.
I feel like I should reassure the listeners that I do know who Geoffrey Boycott is.
But David Shepherd less so. Umpire. Very in the Dickie Bird just after that sort of type of era. Yeah, but famously to stand on 1 foot when the score was 1-1-1. White has come in now, and Rose is looking at my at my list of players, wondering who White is. Maddie White has come in.
I'm actually curious about what the batting order's looking
Yeah,
at.
no, I just wrote it down. But I think they've swapped around. Geach came in before Maddie White, but on the batting order, it was Maddie White who was due in at batting at 4. But she's come in after the loss of the 4th wicket. She will face Shern, who comes in round the wicket, bowls 4. Let's hit her on the pad as an appeal, but no, I think that she pulled out that. It might have got an inside edge, I think that's what she was saying. And Shern sort of apologises to the umpire. I've not seen that before. Let's have a look at that now. And it's going down the leg side, I think, as well. But she's bowling well here. She's putting pressure on these Gloucestershire batters. And how many overs? What are the overs now after reduced overs per bowler? Can you remember?
That is a great question.
Thank you.
I'm going to say that it will be a few who will have a maximum of 8, and then there will be, because it's an odd number of overs.
Just thought I'd test you. Having thrown in some old players, I thought I'd just,
Just off the top of my head.
got throw in the quicker Yorker, see how you got on with it. There's a wide from Shern. She's got to bowl that one again. It's one of the things about bowling around the wicket to right-handers, getting your line right. And this time she overcompensates by putting it outside the off stump, and they go through for a single. Bit of a loose-ish throw there from Flo Sharman, but not a problem.
Some good pace here from Shern. Definitely the quickest bowler we've seen on display today.
Yeah, it's there was Eve Jackson I saw was in the squad originally. She's not playing. She would have put some pace on as well for Gloucestershire, who have gone predominantly with Glamorgan, with spin, and just defended by Start, tumbling attempt at a stop there by Shern. End of the over, 113 for 4.
We're also missing Katie Cobb through injury, who's another bowler who will be missed. She was Glamorgan's Academy Player of the Year last season, so definitely a miss for them. Hopefully she can get fit and get back into the team quickly.
You looking forward to the 100?
I am looking forward to the 100. Of course, Welsh Fire due to be playing here. It should be a big year with the restructure and a lot of talent going all over the place. Should be a great tournament.
Yeah, they've got some players. A lot of Australians are coming here, aren't they? Georgie Vole, Heather Graham, and she's here as well. The big money signing of the New Zealand, or the retired now, New Zealand captain Sophia Devine from Hampshire. Freya Kemp is here as well. So I like the 100. I'm going to put it out there. There'll be people who don't like it, but I think it's a great thing. I think it's a good watch, and I think it also brings in that younger crowd as well. And it's a great, and having the men's and the women's on the same day also is a great thing for the game. We've got Sarah Phillips is in to bowl from this end, and she bowls and she just puts it into the offside. Does Maddie White? Yeah, I'm a big fan of the 100. I went to a final that Welsh Fire played in actually a couple of years ago. They lost, unfortunately, to London Spirit, but it's a great day out.
It's been monumental for the women's game, the tournament.
That's a word. That's a good word as well. I like the way they use that. And what you can't see because you've got no cameras on it. When she did say monumental to me, there was like this fierce expression of fervour. Eyebrows furrowed, eyes got darker. And she threw it out there. It wasn't just monumental. It was monumental. And Sarah Phillips, that's a good reverse sweep. It's up in the air. It's a diving attempt at a catch. I think she's got one hand to that, Wesley, but then slowed it down from its run towards the boundary. But it was a chance in the end that she didn't take, and Start takes 2 off that and moves on to 31. Let's just have a look on the replay. Reverse sweep as she plays. Yeah, it was could have gone for that with 2 hands. Anyway, it was she got a hand to it, stopped it going to the boundary, and Phillips unlucky not to take a wicket with her third ball of this over. She bowled 2 overs previously to that. Changing the field now as Anna May Shern goes out to sort of cover point to stop that reverse sweep, and instead this time Stark just drags it into the leg side where it's fielded by Sharman for 1 run. Yeah, monumental. That's what we were after, wasn't it? I think you're right. I think it has. It's certainly been not only from playing on the same day as the men's game, which must be great from the crowds, but also the money that is brought in and what that's given the players as well, as far as the ability to play professionally, play full time. Therefore, we were talking about Alice Capsey earlier. Therefore, more time spent on training, nutrition, all the things that the men do and take for granted to a certain extent, probably, and the women have had to juggle jobs and other things as players who are playing here today had to. We mentioned Melissa Story earlier, who is playing today, keeping for Gloucestershire. She probably isn't about next at the fall of the next wicket as Phillips finishes that over and has gone 0 for 19. She's also a solicitor and a commentator.
She just don't know how she has time for much else, to be honest.
Superwoman.
She is indeed. I mean, the Hundreds was the first tournament in England where we had fully professional teams, because it wasn't until last year where we had 8 fully pro teams. We previously had the regional setup where in 2020 we had 5 pros in each the 8 sides. It went up gradually each year, but with the game being handed back to the 18 first class counties, we've now got 9 fully professional counties in Tier 1, which is super exciting.
Shern is going to continue from the River Taff end, and just a drive from start that doesn't really go anywhere. Yeah, I think that bringing that structure together, some of the Australians have always done very well. They've had academies and they professionalised the learning part of game a long time ago across a number of sports, and therefore it's no surprise to see that their teams, I guess not just cricket, a number of sports have been world beaters, which is something that the academies here have got. That's up in the air from start. The keeper's running off. It's going to fall in that gap, and it does, between the advancing fielder, the backward square legged, and the keeper who's running towards it. Difficult chance, always tough though. It was it's windy. It's just not. It is not. Anyone looked like they were going to get to it at any speed at all, and it falls safely for a single, which takes Maddie White on to strike. And she just defends quite solidly. Don't see a defensive shot that often, do you?
You don't know, and it was a really good attempted chase from Sturge, but I think she would have needed to transform into the Flash to get to that one.
Or have Inspector Gadget arms. Do you remember that?
I do, yeah.
Oh, good. Phew. I don't feel so old now, which is excellent. Gloucestershire slowed up again. The run rate's at 4.8 now. Was at 5.1 when Halliday was going there, and just a full toss on the leg side. They've got their Lauren Parfitt's got a field well placed here for her bowlers. It's unorthodox in terms of they've got fielders in clumps in certain places. If you look just on the leg side boundary, 2 boundary riders, 1 behind square and 1 just in front, as well as a more orthodox mid wicket, and then you've got quite a tight field on the offside. But she obviously knows her bowlers.
She does. It was one of their strengths last season, was their field placements.
Wide and toe-ended, snooker cue-esque by Start, and she just goes through for a single, fielded on the boundary by the very busy Flo Sharman. She seems to have attracted the ball a lot today.
She has, and I mean, Lauren Parfitt, we talk about the fact she's been representing Wales in county cricket since the year I was born. Wealth of experience, over 18 years playing at this level.
Just pushed into the offside, no run, end of that over from Shern. She's taken 2 for 28 off her 6 overs. You keep mentioning the year you were born. What happened in the year you were born? Anything exciting?
That's a really good... I'm not sure. Maybe that's a little bit of research I need to do.
No, that was a polite way of me asking her when you were born.
2007.
Yeah, I thought I'd do it subtly rather than saying, "Oh, were you born?" And then you sort of giving me that same monumental look that you gave me earlier. Gloucestershire going well here, 120 for 4 of 25 overs. 13 overs remain. The run rate has dropped to 4.8. This partnership is just starting off with 9 starters on 34s. We welcome Kathy Wilkins back to the booth. It's up in the air. That's going to fall just short of the advancing busy Flo Sharman. Full toss from Phillips. And just again, cue ended by start up into the air. The field's still well spread, Kathy. Is it? Has she got this right, do you think?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, the chances are there, aren't they? They're just not quite falling in exactly the right places. So I think the positive is the chances are coming. You can obviously see Gloucestershire looking to absolutely ramp things up. If they're going at this current rate, they're going to get one extra 70 runs, which brings them just short of 200. Yeah. So they probably want to try and up that run rate to tip them over the 200 mark in the last 13 overs. But yeah, I think, you know, from a Glamorgan point of view, yeah, lots going error. It's not quite landing where the fielders are placed, but it's giving, you know, the opportunities. So just having a bit of a rethink about who to bring up. But no, keeping Porter back on deep log on. You know, some days it goes like that. It doesn't always land where you want them to land.
Swing and a miss by Maddie Stark there.
Yeah.
Just keeping that ball outside the off stump, Sarah Phillips. It's got a, what's the split? It's 5-5. It's a pretty even split, 5-4. I mean, this time it's in the air and just going to fall between the two fielders, and Porter fields on that long on boundary and fires it in, just the single. But it's going to be interesting to see who's going to take on that responsibility of pushing this run rate through. Start is still there. She's got 35 or 44. You would think that she's the one that's going to have to take on that responsibility of pushing Gloucestershire towards that 200 mark. But White, great shot.
Yeah,
that's
fantastic.
Beaten Porter for 4. And she moves on to that was start. Sorry, she moves on to 39. Lost 126 for 4. She's very I wonder if she played hockey, Georgina Starr, because she likes that, the reverse sweep, and even that drive there was quite horizontal batted. I have to find that out. I can put Rosa on the case. I think Rosa's our research person as she sweeps in the way that she's done before Georgina Starr. Did she play hockey? That's the question. She's on the case, and it's that. You always need a Gen Z, something, because they've got a phone attached to them, and you can ask them absolutely anything, and they just go, and the information flies up.
Yeah. So Gloucestershire 127 for 4 off 26 overs, 38 reduced overs game today due to the weather earlier, so only 38 overs per side. So start, like you say, is on 40 off 46. I mean, she's beyond well set now and is hitting and timing the ball brilliantly. So she absolutely will be the one to push on from here, hopefully supported by the rest of the batting lineup that Gloucestershire have. But yeah, I think that run rate's just hovering around the 5 mark. So they just need to keep with that or increase it a bit over the remaining 12 overs. And yeah, push as far as they can up to the 200. So I think from a Gloucester point of view now, if you scored 200 plus, you'd probably be really happy from this point onwards. Obviously Glamorgan be looking to keep them below that, as there's a change of bowling. Westley back into the attack, so she was 1 for 13 off her 2 overs earlier, so bowling from the River Taff end. Sun is still shining onto the ground, so good shadows. So again, spin, and that's pulled in front of square. Doesn't carry. Sweeping fielder there picks it up, throws it in. It's keeping very low on those throws into the wicket keeper. So yeah, Sturgis having a bit of a tough time there. It doesn't quite carry into the gloves, as that was fielded by B. Ellis.
And Megan Sturgis didn't look too happy with that throw that came into her. It gave her a bit of a glare.
It's just not back on the, because it's obviously the bounce throw in now is absolutely the way things are done. It's just not bouncing when it comes in off those wickets there. So she's coming around the wicket now. So Wesley's just changing her angle. So going to come around the wicket to Maddie White, who is on strike, 4 off 11 deliveries so far.
A couple of field adjustments and field leg side being strengthened. Not surprising given the fact that our angle is going to come from around the wicket. So you think more middle and leg stump. You're just going to fire it in there. Let's see. So she bowls one outside the off stump, obviously. Double bluff. Let's go with that.
Yeah. That would be a wide, yeah.
Yeah, that's the danger of that line, isn't it? If you get it slightly wrong, then the umpire is going to give a leg side wide, which is what has happened here. Field changes for Georgina's start.
Cut through just in front of point. Sweeping fielder out there. Flo Sharman collects and flat throw straight back into the wicket keeper. So a single taken.
Who's going to be happier at this stage, do you think?
I think it's quite evens actually. I think maybe still going to just edging it slightly, but I think if Stark can stay here and push those runs on, that would certainly tip it into the balance of Gloucestershire a bit more. It's always difficult when you're hanging around a bit in a rain delay.
Yeah.
You've got your set plans, and obviously they have plans for all changes in weather and play. But it is a different mindset that you need to come out with the reduced overs and different targets in mind of what they'll be looking to get to, which I'm sure Fran Wilson has set out very clearly what should be looking to get from today's batting performance in terms of a total. But yeah, it's often quite hard to change that mindset when you come out.
And you think that Glamorgan, when they come out, because they've seen what's happened in this Gloucestershire innings, they're going to bat in a different way. They've been reasonably circumspect, Gloucestershire.
Yeah, I think, that brings up the end of the over. So 132 for 4 of 26. So I think, the pitch seems to be playing well. It seems to be playing well and true at the moment, which is good. Obviously, Gloucestershire have got a good strike attack. They've got some good pace in their attack. So really looking forward to seeing how they go today. But also, we've got a lot of experienced batting in the Glamorgan lineup. Led from the front from the captain, Lauren Phillips. Sorry, not Lauren Parfitt. So yeah, I think it's just to see where the end total gets to, I think, for Glamorgan to know what they then need to set about and the pace they need to go, and fingers crossed that there's no further weather or rain delay, which obviously could potentially affect things. But yeah, I think it's honours evens at the moment, with maybe Glamorgan edging it slightly, but we will see. So the reason I got Lauren's name wrong is because Phillips is coming into bowl, so bringing in a bit of medium pace at the Cathedral City end. Nicely straight.
Yeah, they've bowled good lines, haven't they, so
Yeah.
far? Glamorgan, very stump to stump, not much given away as far as width is concerned, making the Gloucestershire batters play each ball on its merits.
So that's cut through just in front of point, but the sweeping fielder out there, so just a single.
It's been a while since there's been a boundary, I think, hasn't there, so far?
It has, yeah.
I'm trying to think of when the last one was. There's been a lot of singles, the odd twos here, one or twos and threes, here and there. But yeah, this just shows the lines and the lengths that Glamorgan have been bowling so far. A bit more of a field change going on. They're just bringing the two boundary riders on the leg side squarer. A bit more adjustment, just going back to where they were before, just to confuse the batters and the commentators. Oh yeah, they're happy now.
So that's worked off the pads. I think she got a bat on that. It's going to race Yes, it did go all the way. Just see, oh no, umpire signal leg byes. I wonder whether she got a bat on that, but it's gone for 4. So much needed boundary, as you said, for Gloucestershire. But yeah, it was always drifting down leg. But unfortunately, Walker couldn't get there in time to stop that, even though she put the dive in. So moves Gloucestershire on to 132 for 4. Ellis bowling 0 for 20 off her 3 overs. Swing and a miss.
They've definitely got some options, haven't they, Glamorgan, in the bowling department? Not sure how many bowlers have been used so far, but it's sort of 6 or 7, I'd say. All bowling stump to stump.
Just looking at the cut-off times, there have been a few field changes, which obviously takes those seconds turns into minutes. So the cut-off time is 14:59. So that's looped up down to half it, and she's thrown in the stumps. Oh, yeah. The start was well short of a ground there, but yeah, we've still got 10 overs to get through in the next 44 minutes.
Thereabouts, isn't it?
Yeah. What
are the penalties, do you know, for...
it's fielding restrictions, so that
bring
will
one fielder in.
Yeah, that will bring in a fielding restriction. Oh, that's very well bowled. Tight lines here from Ellis. Brings the end of her over. So Gloucestershire, 137 for 4 off 28 overs. 10 overs remaining. So run rate currently just dropping below 5, but not by much. So 4.89. And start going well still. 42 or 53 balls. And supported by White.
You guys touched on this earlier, but with the Tier 1, Tier 2 things, Glamorgan next year, did they apply to be a Tier 1?
They did, yeah. So
happened?
a few years ago, everyone had to put their bids in. So they were successful in that. Just a slight delay for them joining the Tier 1 status and fully professional, which will happen next year.
And they go up automatically as part of
they
that?
do, yes.
And is there a replacement for them in Tier 2? Or is it just a...
No.
No, Rhoda are experts saying no. I'm waiting for the hockey answer, by the way. No hockey either. Just a natural style that Start has. Change of bowling is Poppy Walker, who will bowl her 6th over from the River Taff end, bowling her off spin bowls, and it's up in the air, 1 bounce for 4. Good shot from Start. She's, I think, if you give her that length, she's got the ability to get down on one knee and hit it square on either side of the wicket. She's a dangerous customer, and she showed that there with a well timed slog sweep, 1 bounce for 4. Walker starting off with the boundary, and this may be the start of the acceleration for Gloucestershire that we talked about before. Walker, young bowler, she's just now having a chat with her captain Lauren Parfitt. Is just what else could she do? She's just asking, I believe it's Wesley, to move round behind square on the leg side, and they're pushing Georgia Porter out to long on, where she took that catch earlier to dismiss the dangerous Becca Halliday. I think they're happy with what they have now. It's a defensive field on the leg side for young Poppy Walker. Just flicks the ball from hand to hand. Loopy up in the air, toe end, and it's just gone between the gap between the 2 fielders, Bethan Gammon and the captain, Lauren Parfitt, for 1. That was nearly well set up there, just giving it that loop, bit of turn, gave it a chance to turn, but Start just managed to push it into the gap, or put it into the gap where there was no fielder, which does bring Maddie White onto strike. Outside the off stump, and they're going through a single, it's a run out chance, and no, the throw just wasn't good enough, and it's taken by the tumbling keeper Megan Sturge, There's definitely a chance there for animation to Shern to affect the run out, but it
Yeah.
didn't happen.
I think when you're already diving and throwing, never easy.
That's gone. That's a great ball. Caught behind, spin and bounce, overturn from Poppy Walker. That's a great wicket, and the dangerous start has gone.
Oh, yeah.
Gone for 43, and that's the wicket that Glamorgan wanted at this particular point, because that she was set. Again, it's the second time it's happened now. Halliday went when she was on 49. Start has gone for 43, and Poppy Walker has taken her second wicket for 25.
Yep, great result for Glamorgan. Very pleased with that. Look at the excitement on her face on the replay. Yeah, a great take as well from behind the stumps. So yeah,
Spin and bounce.
yeah, great take that.
We're just waiting for the scoreboard to catch up here at Sophia Gardens, as Gloucestershire are. We can confirm on 143 for 4. By my reckoning, that brings Melissa Story into bat here at the Cathedral City End. It is her.
Yep, number 32, Melissa Story.
Been impressed with Poppy Walker so far. She bowled well, as she gives it more flight and turn.
Almost a carbon copy that, wasn't it?
Spin and bounce and turn. It's got everything, this one.
Yep.
2 for 25 off. A ball shy of finishing 6 overs.
Oh,
Soul appeal, excitement from the young bowler as she finished that over and finished off 30. She's finished off 2. She's taken 2 for 25. Gloucestershire 143 for 5.
yeah, that wicket for Glamorgan's just going to break up a partnership, but also just ease a little bit of pressure. So someone new in at the crease, and also Maddie White, currently only on 6 off 19 balls. So again, that shift in balance of pressure is now back on Gloucestershire, with Glamorgan having a bit more of a pep in their step as Ellis continues to bowl. 0 for 20 off her 4 overs, with Maddie White on strike. And I think this is where, suddenly that strike rate will potentially come down a bit further. And not many overs remaining, so I think Gloucestershire still have wickets in hand. So, like I say, between the two of them, someone will have to take the lead to try and maintain a strike rate. And she's popped that straight back over the bowler's head just for a single.
Let's see what Melissa Story can do here. Maddie White's a bit stuck at the moment. 6 off 20 balls, 7 off 21 balls, I think it is now. And really does need to put the hammer down if Gloucestershire are going to get anywhere near 200, you would suspect.
Yeah. It's well bowled. Solid response, but no run, which is probably what Gloucester should be at least trying to get one a ball where they can.
Yeah, trying to work it into there aren't that many gaps that visible really in this well set Glamorgan field.
Again, nice and straight, so it's a great line here from Ellis.
Yeah, and if Bethany
Giving
Ellis
in.
is bowling wicket to
Yeah.
wicket, you've got to play a false shot, an aggressive shot off, to try and work the ball into those gaps, and that's fraught with danger.
Just work slightly off the hips to just in front of square for a single. brings
Maddie White onto strike here. Couple of balls left in this over. Field adjustments again. She's been very active in that, Lauren Parfitt, hasn't she?
Yes, yeah, definitely. Yeah, very good at setting the field. Those years of experience. So that drilled straight back down the ground, but the fielder is there for a single. That's the end of the over. So Gloucestershire, 146 for 5 off 30 overs. There are 8 overs remaining in this innings. So we welcome Rosa back on. So Walker, 2 for 25 off 6, continuing at the river tough end, flies up nicely. An appeal, but definitely was gap between bat and ball there. But the stumping chance also not taken, but great hands there. Yeah, great hands, but foot firmly planted in her crease by Maddie White.
Gloucestershire have definitely taken their foot off the gas here after the wickets of Start and Halliday.
Mm. Again, just off the pad, but no run. So Megan Sturge very much in the game again now in terms of behind the stumps. Just, you know, been a lot of spins, so standing up a lot, really in the mix, taking a good catch. Again, slightly leg side, given as a wide, but they do run as well.
Megan Sturge is a real all-rounder, and I say that in terms of she can wicket keep, she can bat, but she can also bowl some handy offies if necessary.
Yeah. Very versatile. Yeah, hasn't been easy behind the stumps today, but she's done it brilliantly. Again, much better line from Walker.
I think we're seeing it increasingly with young wicket keepers to get into teams, being more versatile with ball in hand as well.
Toe end of the bat there, unfortunately, for Melissa Story. Couldn't get that one away. Showing her attempt, though, to try and work it round in front of square to try and split the two fielders that are out on that side, deep on the boundary. So Walker pushes it to the other side, fielded by Sarah Phillips at point. So yes, the runs have slowed up for Gloucestershire. So they just hover on the 150 mark, which Melissa Story looking to take a single there, but there wasn't one. And end of the over, so only the wide from that, so moves Gloucestershire onto 149 for 5 off 31 overs. 7 overs remaining. Right, what would you be looking, if you were Gloucestershire, what would you want from these 7 overs, Rosa?
I mean, you need at least a run a ball here to have a competitive total. I think they have really slowed up after the loss of those 2 key wickets. But even if you can accelerate that further and kind of get as close to the 200 mark as possible.
Yeah, I think, like you say, with those loss of those 2 key wickets of Start and Halliday, who were easily looking to put a total of an appeal for LBW, and a quick single taken. So should be a leg bye. Not a leg bye, so that would suggest that bat was hit, so that would be why not given. But yeah, I think they had such a good platform that they were easy on for 220, and then with those 2 key wickets going, unfortunately no one's been able to continue at that pace, so as the run rate drops to 4.8, so Ellis comes into bowl. Straight, that's whipped straight off her legs, so that's beautifully, it's going to have diving stop, but unfortunately straight through, and that's a much needed 4. So Melissa Story got hold of that one, used all the pace, and worked it just behind backward square. So yeah, it was drifting down there. Great foot movement there from Melissa Story and a diving effort out by Sarah Phillips by the looks of it, out in the deep. So a much needed boundary for Gloucestershire. Moves them to 154. Ellis much straighter line, but that's drilled by Story down to long on for a single. So 6 so far off the first 3 balls, so a much better start for Gloucestershire to this over.
Be interesting to see how Bethan Ellis responds here. She's a player with a lot of professional experience.
This is turning into be a good over for Gloucestershire, so 7 from it, still 2 balls to come. If they could get another boundary, at least another 3 or 4, they'd be pleased with that to just edge that score back up and the run rate as well. Oh yeah, they've gone for, it was went through the keeper's gloves, but they've taken a bye.
Missed everything.
Yeah. I think as well, when you're standing up to medium or quick pace bowlers, very difficult, and with the batter swinging as well, a lot to take into consideration where it may deviate to. As Ellis comes in for the last ball of her over. Slightly wider, and it's chipped over. Oh, what a lovely forward somerset roll there, and that's gone all the way to the boundary, but just evaded sort of, I'm not even sure what call-up position, sort of deep slip. But yeah, great effort, but she absolutely threw the kitchen sink at that, but over the head, lovely forward roll. I mean, 10 for the forward roll from Hannah Moration. But yeah, a great over there for Gloucestershire. Moves them on to 161 for 5.
She almost lost it in the sun, it looked then.
I think it was going at a pace as well. She absolutely threw the kitchen sink at that shot with a little bit of width. So 32 overs gone, 6 overs remain, and like I say, Gloucestershire on 161 for 5. Continuing with Walker, and that's pulled away to deep mid-wicket by Melissa Story, who's a little bit of a surge now, so she's 8 off 13. White currently 14 off 27.
Walker, who has definitely been the pick of the bowlers so far, coming into White.
It's a bit short of that one, but White didn't quite pick it up. So a much needed dot for Glamorgan. Walker comes in again, bit of a heave from Maddie White, but it says 1 run in the book.
The run rate has slipped up again to 5, edging up ever so slowly.
Poppy Walker comes in, bit shorter. Oh, it's beaten everyone, gone through almost 2 bounces before it even got to the wicket. Great stop on the line there, just.
Really well stopped from Jazz Wesley, right on the
right in front of us.
Edge.
Yeah, just about to see over. So 2 remaining from this, 4 so far from the over. 2 balls remaining. Poppy Walker, much better flight. Oh, it's straight catch, straight to point. That's a great take there from Sarah Phillips. So yeah, an extra bonus wicket for Walker there. It was wide, so it was there to be hit, but unfortunately Melissa Story just didn't pick the gap and it went straight down her throat. Great take, good catch, and puts Glamorgan back in front, just edging it again. So yeah, another much needed wicket for Poppy. So takes her on to three wickets in this game. So just watching the replay. So pushed it out wide. She didn't quite get across, unfortunately, Melissa Story. And like I say, straight down Point's throat. Well taken catch.
It was coming, I think it's safe to say, pressure building at this stage in the game.
Yeah, I mean, you've got to try and make, increase the chances at this stage. You know, if you've got people back waiting to come in, Liv Daniels, the captain, coming into the crease. So yeah, I think, could be a captain's innings for the last few overs.
Youngest captain in Tier 2 cricket.
Excellent. So she has one ball to face from Poppy Walker, who's 3 for 29. And that's blocked, well bowled as well. That's what you want with a new batter at the crease, right on the money. So great over there. So Gloucestershire, 165 for 6 off 33 overs. So we have 5 overs remaining. Run rate steady at 5. So it's been around 4 points to 5 pretty much throughout the innings. So yeah, I think if they'll be looking to get probably at least 30, minimum of 30 off these 5 overs if they can, just to push them up just under 200. But anything more than that would be an absolute bonus for Gloucestershire. So Wesley on at the Cathedral end, 1 for 19 off her 3. It's a bit short, that one, but straight to Beth Gammon, not going anywhere. That's great, down and up. So if you are watching and you are a young player, that is exactly the great ground fielding that Beth Gammon can demonstrate.
She's definitely the fielder to watch in this side, very dynamic in the field.
Wesley coming around the wicket now, just changing that angle. It's pulled away just in front of mid wickets for a single.
Bringing Liv Daniels on strike. And when we talk about talent coming through in the West, I think Liv is the epitome of that. Came through Gloucestershire's EPP squad, now at Glamorgan Academy on loan to Gloucestershire as their captain.
Nicely flighted up by Wesley, who's going back over the wickets.
She's also a uni student at Cardiff Met, and Glamorgan obviously have that partnership with Cardiff Met. So
they do, yes.
A lot of pathways connecting.
It's a bit shorter, so she just rocks back, but unable to capitalise, so just pitched in a bit short from Wesley there.
It was well stopped from Shern. It was a vicious shot.
Yeah, much better flight. Good line as well from Wesley there. This is a good over. 4 dot balls so far. 1 ball remaining. Only 1 from this over, so she'll look to finish this and keep it as a tidy over. Again, just increasing that pressure of the run rate for Gloucestershire. Nicely flighted, and it's lofted back over her head, but it's not going to carry down to the fielder here, which is Porter. So a single off the last ball. So Liv stealing the strike. Moves Gloucestershire on to 167 for 6 with 4 overs remaining.
Wesley has been pretty outstanding here on debut for Glamorgan. The youngster came from Sussex. Definitely a strong addition for the squad heading into the new year.
Yeah, no, she's done really well. So I think it looks like we're bringing Shern back into the attack. Change of end for her, so she's going to bowl from the River Taff end. So she was at the Cathedral end. Bring pace back into the attack for the last few overs. She is 2 for 28 off her 6 overs, so we'll bowl at least another 2. Just making sure we're getting the field right. So pushing out deep long on, deep long off, and we're bringing up backward square in line with the umpire to make sure we've got the right amount of people in the ring for these last 4 overs as Shern comes into bowl. It's drilled straight back, but nice straight line down to long on, who only the single taken. I think Porter's running deep long on to deep long on.
Yeah, getting a lot of steps in here, isn't she?
That's quite a distance.
After quite a busy bowling stint as well. We'll have to ask for the GPS stats after the game.
So Shern's going to come around the wicket to white. There's obviously some intel there that most bowlers are choosing to do that. It's drifted. It's a no ball, and it would have been given a wide. So it is a foot no ball. Umpire indicating a smidge, but that does mean it is a free hit. So anything goes in this shot other than a run out. So
just lost her line and length there.
Yeah. But she's going to continue around the wicket. So free hit for white. And it's a wide. So it's a wide ball. So the adjustment to coming around the wicket has messed the line up a little bit. So it's still obviously a free hit. That is still in play, even though that was a wide. So Shern needs to get her line and length back here. She comes in. Much better swing off the hips from white, just in front of square. Only a single.
The run rate is still in between. We're in that like 4.95 region.
So Gloucestershire move on to 171 for 6. So it's going to be quite a long over this one for Shern with those 2 extra balls. So a no ball and a wide. Better line, drilled straight back, but diving as she followed through to collect that.
It's well stopped. Definitely pulling this over back after an unfortunate start.
Yeah, so back over the wickets to Daniels. Oh, it's a full toss, slightly wide as well, and that's been pulled away just in front of square. Diving attempt by the close fielder Ellis. It's square leg, but easy for there. Just picked up the line, the full toss, straight off the hips. Beautifully played by Daniels.
A much needed boundary and her first of the innings.
So Shern struggling at this over as she's come back into the attack. Still 2 more balls left in her over. She comes in. A shout for LBW, but not given. Looked like Daniels was looking to work it off her leg, but it feels like it may have caught the inside leg. Yeah, that's going to hurt a bit, but it would have been too high. But that's going to sting.
It was a half appeal almost, and the umpire was very much unmoved.
So hopefully for Shern, the last ball of her 8-ball over, she comes in. Daniels on strike, who looks to move her feet. Oh, and she's bowled her! She tried to step across her stumps to try and work it behind square, and that is bowled her. Clean bowled. Often, strangest things happen in cricket, these types of overs, when you have lots of no balls and wides, that you suddenly pick up a wicket as well. So the captain is gone for 6 of her 10 balls, which moves Gloucestershire 175 for 7 off 35 overs. So 2 overs remaining. So Shern picks up a wicket, which will, I'm sure, help her feel better about her stats. So yes, 2 overs remaining.
As Kathy comes out,
So you could have just done to the end. But
and I welcome back in Sanjay. You can understand the intent from Liv Daniels. Just a few overs left in the game, wanting to get a few more on the board. Welcome back, Sanjay.
Thank you very much. Seemed not a long break at all. But since I've been sat there just planning tomorrow's podcast, we can talk podcast later, can't we? 2 wickets have gone. The captain just now, Liv Daniels, and prior to that, Melissa Story. Gloucestershire 175 for 7 with 3 overs remaining now. Run rate is at 5, so it's always hovered. It's been at that rate for pretty much the last 20 odd overs. So, it's a decent run rate, I suppose. And but Glamorgan will also be happy with the rate at which they've taken these wickets. It's Porter to continue from this Cathedral City end, and just pushed into the leg side by Megan White, who's still there. She moves on to 18 of 34 balls, but it is difficult to see where this acceleration is going to come from.
It is, and Gloucestershire will definitely be disappointed with this total. They had a really strong foundation with Start and Halliday, and they just haven't got started after that.
No, I think Halliday is that glue, isn't she?
She really is.
She had to go on from the 49 that she'd scored for Gloucestershire to be around the 200 mark, and it's not going to happen, you don't think. And they've been impressive, the Glamorgan bowlers. There's been a few of them. Shern, yes, went for a few in the last over, tried that round the wicket tactic that resulted in wides and no balls, but has on the whole bowled well, as has Georgia Porter. She's bowled, this is her 7th over. She's only gone for 18 so far. As the fielders just set again, Gemma Porter up bowls and try to force this one now Hill, and there was no run, and it remains on 176 for 7.
She's definitely interested in White at the non-strikers end, keeping her bat in. She's a couple of times threatened to throw the ball in.
Once again, and this time just lobbed into the air, and are they going to push for 2? They've run the first one quickly, but the fielder comes in. Bethan Ellis quickly comes in and throws the ball back in, where it's fielded by the fielder backing up, who I think is Bethan Gammon.
There are many things I wouldn't do, and taking on the arm of Bethan Ellis is one of them. She has an absolute rocket.
I think if your name's Bethan and you're in this Glamorgan side, you're going to be a good fielder, I think.
Yeah, I think that's the general memo.
That's the general rule. That's a good-looking shot, but straight to the captain, Lauren Parfitt there, well fielded by her, and Porter has finished her 7th over, has bowled 0 for 19. These are critical overs. There's only 2 left, and they really are putting the squeeze on Gloucestershire.
They really are, and it's been a phenomenal comeback from these Glamorgan bowlers. They were definitely struggling to break that partnership in the middle phases, and they've clawed it back.
They have, and it's up to Shern now from the River Taff end to really close this out and give the Glamorgan batters something to chase, and you would say in better conditions. I think it was a good toss to have won this morning by Lauren Parfitt. She inserted Gloucestershire, knowing maybe that she'd read the weather forecast. She saw that it was going to be sunnier this afternoon, and she thought, well, we'll give them the bowling conditions, the batting conditions that we don't want, and we'll have a bat later on. And she's proving to be right.
I mean, we were having a little guess up here as to who had won the toss based on Liv Daniels' actions.
We're going with some sort of dubious movement of the hand, as it is Shern again, and it's just they just scampered through for a single there. Hill and White taking anything they've got. Glamorgan don't seem overly bothered about stopping that one. Why would they, when they've got Gloucestershire 178 for 7 with 10 balls left?
Indeed, it's definitely not the total that Gloucestershire would have been after, but they've got a very strong bowling attack.
We're looking forward to seeing that later on as she's around the wicket this time, and that's a better line from Shern from around the wicket, pushing it across the off stump of Maddie White to no avail, no run, and 9 balls left, and I think 190 is going to be a stretch at this point.
Maddie White has struggled to get it going here, but still those 18 runs are very crucial to this score.
Yeah, she came in at a difficult-ish time. It's hit her on the pad, and they've just gone through to for a leg by, single by the umpire. Now, yeah, she came in to bat with Georgina Start, and it supported her well, but Start, when she was out, I guess Gloucestershire hoped Maddie White would go on a bit, but credit to the Glamorgan bowlers for how they've operated to date. Oh, that's a wide given by the umpire. It's full and on the leg stump. I thought it was a leg stump Yorker, but just slightly on the leg side there, and that's another wide, adding one to the Gloucestershire total, 184.7. Quite a nice little crowd in here today, isn't it?
It's a lovely crowd. I mean, it's a lovely day for cricket now. A bit cold. I'd be there in my woolly hat.
Good lines and good lengths again from Shern. Yeah, it is a woolly hat kind of day, isn't it?
It really is. I
You've
mean,
got woolly hats, coats, mugs of tea.
I'd be wearing one on the pitch, I think, which you do see in the early rounds of the county championship. So maybe we need to source these girls some woolly hats.
Jake Lehman, son of Darren, who is playing for Hampshire this year, was fully snooded up. It was so cold the other day. It's a nice looking shot from Hill, and it just goes out to the boundary 4-1. Yeah, he had a snood, and it covered basically all of his face, and all you could see was his eyes. That's the end of that penultimate over from Glamorgan. Well bowled by Shern. She's taken 3 for 38 off her 8 overs. I assume that's it is, because there's only 1 over left, and Gloucestershire 181.47. Hail Mary type over, I think, coming up. I think there's got to be. There's no. They've still got 3 wickets left.
Just got to swing at it, haven't you?
Have a swing. Happy Gilmore. That's what Rory was doing yesterday in the Masters, where he left in the 6-shot lead slip. It is Gemma Porter to continue and bowl the final over.
Bit of a wayward throw back into Gemma Porter.
Yeah,
She did well to stop that.
Yeah, she had obstacles in the way in the form of the umpire and Hill, but it is Maddie White to face up here, and she has a good shot. It's a fantastic effort by Bethan Gammon. We talked about her fielding skills earlier, just diving forward, just dropped short, but saved runs as well. She's a marvellous fielder, isn't she?
She's a phenomenal fielder, and it was definitely one of the standout of last season as well.
Advances down the track now, Hill, and just pushes it to Beth Nellis is down here in front of us at the Cathedral City end for 1 run. Dealing in singles, Gloucestershire. That's probably not going to be enough for them, but as the old adage goes, both sides have got a bat. It is Porter, and a swing and a miss from Maddie White there as Porter just keeps the ball outside the off stump. Yeah, I mean, we're saying there's not enough, but they've got a decent bowling attack, Gloucestershire.
They really have.
Pumped into the leg side this time by White, and it's just fielded here by Ellis, who flings it in for 1 for the last ball then of this Gloucestershire innings. Field remains the same. Porter has bowled, taken 0 for 23 off 1 shy of her 8th over, and she bowls that ball now, and that's as I say that she's bowled Hill off the last ball of the innings, last ball of her over. She's deserved that. She's bowled well. She opened from the far River Taff end. She's finishing off here at the Cathedral City end, and Gloucestershire finish off their innings at 185 for 8.
She definitely deserved that wicket. Gemma Porter has been incredibly economical throughout the game, but just hasn't been able to get that scalp.
No, and she just gave it some flight, charged down the wicket, did Hill, and was bowled beautifully constructed, beautifully set up. That's a really good final over from Gemma Porter. There was just singles off it at a time where Gloucestershire had to go after her. She gave them nothing to go after, and as a very happy Glamorgan side walked towards the change rooms, the Gloucestershire players are already up into the change rooms getting ready for their innings, and Glamorgan are clapped off the field by a sparse but enthusiastic crowd who are bathing in some late afternoon, early, middle-ish afternoon Cardiff sun. They've come in to support their team, who have done very well for them as they go up the change rooms, followed by the umpire, and Gloucestershire close 185 for 8, and that gives Glamorgan a chance.
It does indeed. And I mean, it's lovely weather now out here. Sunny day. Get yourselves down to Sophia Gardens for the second innings.
It's free, as Kathy said, it's free. Come along and support Glamorgan. We're going to take a break now, and we'll come back. When we come back, we'll bring you Glamorgan's chase.
Welcome back, everybody, here to Sophia Gardens, where Glamorgan are taking on Gloucestershire. So we have had our break. So if you are just joining, it is a reduced 50-over game in the one-day Metro Cup here today. Gloucestershire put a total on the board of 185 for 8 off their 38 overs. And play is just about to resume with umpires and the teams now back out. Lauren Parfitt taking her guard. We're just waiting for our scoreboard to catch up, but imagine at the other end is animation. And opening the bowling. Again, can't quite see the numbers of the shirts. There we go. Geach, thank you very much, camera person. So Geach, pace from the River Taff end. So Glamorgan just setting their field. One slip in play. The wicketkeeper standing up straight away to the pace of Geach, and as it is slightly reduced overs, obviously that's slightly reduced in terms of players out in the ring, so a heavy in-ring field with a sweeper out as Geach comes into bowl, and it's straight and well played by Parfitt back. Welcome back, Rosa.
Thank you. I think we're on for an interesting chase here.
Yeah, the good news is the sun is shining. So that is, long may that continue. We've been very lucky, I think, here today.
It's lovely and warm out there. It's warmer out there than it is in our commentary box.
It is. So Captain Lauren Parfitt on strike. Parfitt, but like I say, the ring field on the offside, they have 4 fielders. And there's on the on in sort of mid-wicket and mid-on. As Geach comes in against bowl, has just worked off the hips to Parfitt straight to that fielder at mid-wickets. So yeah, I think run rate required is just under 5, so a target of 186. Good strong bowling lineup for Gloucestershire, so a mix of pace and spin within their attack. I think they'll be looking to potentially open with spin again at one end, don't you think, Rosa?
I'd completely agree as Geach comes into Parfitt.
That's just worked towards points of misfield, and they have taken the single to bring them their first run of the innings.
Geach is another who is kind of dual registered between Glamorgan and Gloucestershire. She's a product of Gloucestershire's EPP pathway, currently in Glamorgan's academy and on loan to them, to ensure she's getting some regular cricket as she continues to develop.
Yep. So counties work very closely together, don't they, these two?
They do, in case you haven't noticed by now.
As Geach comes in to Sharman.
Got a bit of a... I don't want to call Lauren Parfitt old here, but I don't think she's going to get away with it. We've got a bit of a divide in our age in our opening partnership here.
That's the final ball of the over from Geach, and that's worked well off the legs there, but there's a fielder out in the deep, so single taken for Sharman as she takes the strike. So 2 off the first over for Glamorgan. Hit me with it.
We've got 18-year-old Flo Sharman at one end, and at the other end we've got the mightily experienced Lauren Parfitt, 32. Has played for Wales in county cricket between 2007 and 2024. She was pretty monumental for Glamorgan last season. Their top run scorer with 376 runs in the One Day Cup at a 75.2 average. So It's not bad, that, is it?
It's pretty good. I'd be happy with that.
So would I. As a tail end batter, it would be a miracle.
So we have Alice Bird. So genuine pace from Alice Bird at the cathedral end. So looking to just get her field right with the captain, Liv Daniels. But yeah, good out and out pace here. How much do you know about Alice?
I mean, I can tell you that she came through the Somerset pathway.
She did, yeah.
She joined Gloucestershire ahead of last season. She's currently studying at Loughborough Uni. She's studying media and comms, which is very interesting as a media student myself.
Okay, so Sharman on strike as Alice Bird comes into bowl. Getting good pace just off the pads.
She was one of the standouts from this Gloucestershire bowling attack last year with 7 wickets. We're missing their 2 top wicket takers today. Chloe Scouten is no longer on loan with them as Bird comes in.
Bird comes into ball. Oh, it's playing a miss. So trying to cut, but it's a bit too close to do that from Sharman. So good start here from Alice Bird.
And Caitlin Boucher, who was their second highest wicket taker, is out with an injury, so a big miss for them in the bowling attack.
Okay, so good start from Alice Bird. 2 dot balls so far. She comes in again. Driven by Sharman, but straight to the captain, Daniels.
A tidy over so far, the 3 dots from it.
Yeah, and a very attacking field here. Good to see. You know, not a good score to defend, given the reduced overs, but important to keep it really tight in the first power play to put that pressure on the Glamorgan. So a big shout for LBW. Looks like it was probably going down leg. Looks like she's getting a good bit of movement or swing from Alice Bird here. So just looking on the replay. So quite wide of the stumps you'll see, so the angle was always going to be going down leg side. She's quite wide in her crease then in that delivery. But certainly making Sharman think about what she's doing as she comes in again. Slightly wider cut to point, but no run. I'm not sure we had a maiden in the first innings.
I don't think, that was what I was just checking. I'm pretty sure we haven't.
This could be the first maiden of the game. 1 ball left to come for Alice Bird. 5 dot balls so far. She comes in, delivered full, and it is straight back to her bowling. So a great start from Alice Bird there. A maiden, first over. So high fives all round, rightly so. Good bit of pressure there as she makes her way back to a mark in the field. So Glamorgan 2 without loss of 2 overs.
It's an outstanding start from Alice Bird, really building the pressure on Glamorgan early on here, and they don't have many runs to play with, so that's mightily important.
Absolutely, and use pace at both ends. As Geach continues at the River Taff end for her second over with Parfitt on strike. She's driven that straight down to mid, but again, nothing's getting through this inner ring at the moment. So great fielding positions from the captain, Liv Daniels, working with her bowlers. And they're bowling to that field, which is often half the battle.
I mean, pace at both ends is almost unusual now in
is.
Tier 2 cricket as Geach comes in.
Again, drilled by Parfitt. She drives brilliantly, Lauren Parfitt. It's an absolute strength of hers, all-round opening ability, but she can drive fantastically. But she's certainly timing the ball well and connecting, and I'm sure the gaps will open up eventually, but at the moment, Gloucestershire have the people in the right places as Geach comes in. And Lauren's gone straight over the head, so she's absolutely launched that over mid-on for 4. So bit of a stand and deliver, but absolutely in the arc, and that's a fantastic shot from Lauren Parfitt for the first boundary for Glamorgan. So yeah, used the pace well, just absolutely knew exactly what she was going to do, didn't even leave her crease. Fantastic shot from Lauren Parfitt there.
That's definitely just the chase on for Maddie White, there was no chance.
Geach back in. And again, she's gone the same, but it's just slightly wider, but didn't get much on that one. So just a single.
Parfitt is definitely a batter who thrives against pace. She'll be enjoying the pace at both ends here.
Yeah, definitely pace on for Lauren Parfitt on the bats. She, like I say, a fantastic driver of the ball. Can work every angle around the pitch. As Geach comes into Sharman. Again, just plays it back. So dot ball to end the over. So 5 off the over. Moves Glamorgan on to 7 without loss after 3 overs. Oh. Sorry, one more ball. My ahead of myself here. So last ball coming in from Geach. Oh, it's edged. It's gone through sort of backward gully, but there is a sweeper fielder out there. So a bit of a flash of a wide one from Sharman, but gets away with it. Steals the strike. Moves Glamorgan on to 8 for without loss off 3 overs.
It's a better over with 6 from it. But they've definitely started slowly, Glamorgan, but there's not much pressure. I mean, as soon as they can get going, assuming they can get going.
Some people enjoying the sunshine. I think when you're in the sun and slightly out of the breeze, it is quite warm down here at Sophia Gardens, but that is definitely the stand to be sat in the full sun.
It looks like quite a lot of the ground is in the sun, actually.
Mm-hmm. So Alice Bird continuing from the cathedral end.
I don't understand enough about weather and geography to understand how that works.
So Bird to Sharman on her first over as a maiden, comes in. Again, stump to stump. It's well bowled.
It's an outstanding.
Umpire's just having just saying she's getting quite close to that front line. So just making her aware that where her front foot is landing, just to make sure she's got that in her sight of that front foot. As Bird comes in again. Oh, so again, it's really well bowled. She's working the angle really well. So she's bowling quite wide of the stump here. But that's angling it then right into Sharman, straight sort of like middling off, but slightly drifting into her. So it's hard to then work off the pads.
It's an outstanding line, especially for first game opening of the season, to be pinging it in so accurately.
Drilled through the gap. That's a fantastic front foot drive there from Sharman, piercing that inner field. 4 runs all the way. So just a little bit of width given there by Alice Bird, and absolutely Sharman capitalised on that, and that'll make her feel a whole lot better about the start of the innings. So it was just in the slot, just planted that front foot, arms swinging straight through the arc there. Beautifully driven. That will help settle the nerves a bit. So both have got a boundary now as Alice Bird comes in, and it's up in the air. Keeper's going for it. She's going to make it. Oh, it's through the gloves. It went quite skyward, but the keeper definitely called on it and was the right person to try and grab that. But running, looking to the sky, always difficult to then make sure your hands and your head are there in the same place. I think she got to it, but unfortunately, a cap came. Yeah, she just sort of came off. Ooh.
A mere millimetres away from Magahan.
I think Alice Hill might have thought I could have potentially it's split the pack, but wasn't to be. So very lucky for Sharman there as Bird comes in. This is the first one Lauren Parfitt's facing of Alice Bird, so beats the bats. So important that Lauren just watches the next one to finish this over. But yeah, real shame for Gloucestershire there. That could have been the key breakthrough, an early wicket they would have wanted in the power play. As Bird comes into bowl. Again, you see the swing there, nice angle that we've got there. The swing into the batter. Brings the end of her over, 5 from it. Glamorgan moving on to 13 for without loss, 4 overs gone.
It's another very tight over from Alice Bird apart from that boundary.
Yeah, important that Gloucester put that opportunity, that chance just behind them and just move on to the next, because guaranteed the next one always comes. So Geach continuing from the River Taff end. Parfitt is 6 from 10 and Sharman is 7 from 14. And Sharman on strike. Again, Gloucestershire keeping their slip in play. That attacking ring field, and that's driven down the ground uppish, but was safe.
Been tight in the field so far from Gloucestershire. It took the Glamorgan field a little while to get into the game.
Skeech comes in. Oh, risky. Whatever I think Sharman was trying to do is slightly risky that didn't sneak through and take the bails off. So quite lucky. So dot ball. So 2 dots to start. Important to just stay calm. Plenty of time. Plenty of overs. As Geach comes in. And it's driven back to her. And it's a call and bowled. Sharman's gone for 7. She didn't look massively comfortable, to be honest with you. In the previous drive, the ball before was quite uppish, and then the play and the miss of the second one, and she's just driven that one straight back to Geach, who takes a brilliantly caught and bowled. Never easy when they're coming straight back at you, but that was not going at a great pace back to her. So yeah, well taken, and Gloucestershire get their first wicket.
It was a lovely take from Emily Geach. She made it look easy, and I think it's been coming. Gloucestershire have been building that early pressure against these Glamorgan batters. As Bethan Ellis makes her way to the crease. Warwickshire loanee. Spent time on loan with Glamorgan last season as well in the One Day Cup.
Yep.
And also the Blast.
So Glamorgan 13 for 1. Still within the power play, so Gloucestershire would be very pleased to get that wicket. Lauren Parfitt's still there, but is joined, as you said, by Bethan Ellis. So great over so far for Geach. 2 dot balls and a wicket, so 3 balls for Bethan Ellis to face. Target to win is 173. As Geach comes in. It's nicely bowled again, making sure the batter has to play the shot. Was it given as a no ball, front foot no ball?
I believe it was. I think the umpires just recreated where the foot was.
So it is a free hit as he's signalling. So opportunity for Bethan Ellis to get herself off the mark here. So you can only be run out on a free hit. As Geach comes in to bowl. And that's, yeah, she's absolutely launched that for 4, straight over the covers. Lent straight back into that beautiful shot for 4 runs. So that will help steady her nerves and straight off the mark. Always good to get it off the middle of the bat early on. So we just watched the replay here. So just see how she opens that front foot out of the way. Launched it straight over the inner ring. Beautiful shot.
Bethan Ellis does love to score in that cover region.
So Geach. And that's drilled back. So 1 more left to bowl. So mixed over, wicket, no ball and a 4. So 1 more to come. Glamorgan 18 for 1. Skeech bowls it, and that's worked off the hips, but no run taken. And that's the end of the over, and I will hand over to Sanjay.
An over which brought the breakthrough for Gloucestershire. Glamorgan are falling behind that DLS par of 24, but I don't think that's going to be a concern as the skies are still lovely and blue. And I welcome back Sanjay. Hello.
And I'm just press the right buttons and you can hear me. We took a mid-innings sunny stroll, didn't we?
We did.
It was very pleasant around there, and I was chatting with Melissa Story, and she thought, I asked her if she thought that Gloucestershire had enough runs, and she thought that there or thereabouts, and that the pitch was breaking up, so we're going to see what Alice Bird can do here. Well, she fires one down the leg side. She's bowled well so far, Alice Bird, although Geach is the one who's taken the wicket today. Yeah, she thought that the pitch was going to break up, and so that means we could be in for a very interesting second half.
A tight game here.
A tight game indeed. And that's shown so far with Glamorgan 19 for 1 off the first 5 overs so far. Good lines and lengths being bowled by Bird. Geeta's bowled well.
She has. I mean, I want to give Alice Bird a bit of a unique shout out. Not only is she bowling outstandingly in this opening phase, she's recently launched her own podcast.
Oh, I see.
Called the Extra Cover Podcast, where she's interviewed 6 players, current and former players from across cricket, as she comes into bowl.
It's driven nicely on the leg side by Lauren Parfitt there. I thought Sharman was looking good. I thought she was using her hands well. She's sort of getting onto that front foot and flowing drives, especially through to the offside. And I think because she hit so many shots to fielders, she may have lost a bit of patience there, which led to her downfall for 7. Good looking shot by Parfitt again, hitting the fielder, and they've just got to keep that patience here, because the ball is up there to drive. Bird is getting a bit of swing, and Parfitt just has to make sure she picks the gaps, rotates the strike, and keeps ticking the score over. Glamorgan don't want to be stuck on 19 for much longer, facing up to Bird, and this time a little inside edge, and it's bad. Yeah, so she's got a podcast.
The Extra Cover Podcast, which is focused on raising attention for issues cricketers face off the field. It's to raise money for mental health charities. She's spoken to Graham Clark for the opening episode, and I strongly recommend anyone listening to give the podcast a listen.
Sounds one to add to the list for the drive home after this match. Good looking drive from Parfitt. Get down, and she does get down. It's well fielded there by Charlie Phillips for no run. The fielding certainly improved by Glamorgan. I think it was cold and a bit of a shock sort of getting out there in early April. Cold, windy, it had rained. So the first few sort of bits of fielding by Glamorgan were a bit ropey, but certainly got better, and now in this glorious sun, Gloucestershire have started well. You can tell me a bit more about the podcast, actually. Have you listened to, how many episodes has she recorded?
6. 2 are currently out. It's a weekly release every Tuesday morning.
Oh, full. That's a great Yorker. Dug out by Ellis. Played it well. Hands to her head by Alice Bird. She's bowled well. 3 overs, 0 for 7. Yeah, so 2 episodes.
She's spoken to Graham Clark about anxiety, Rachel Slater about ADHD, former pro Harry Petrie on recurring injury, the Blazers' Amy Wheeler about discrimination, Yorkshire's George Hill about cricket's mental challenges, and Rhiannon McDonald-Gay about how she balances study and full-time cricket.
Sounds a very interesting set of subjects. Now, of course, that's something we share, don't we? Podcasting.
We do.
You plug yours, I'll plug mine. Go on, you go first.
I host the 2 Tiers Deep podcast with Chloe Hill, which is a weekly insight into Tier 1 to Tier 3 cricket, exclusive guests, exclusive insights. Chloe is currently playing for Northants.
We have a change of bowling at the River Taff end. It's Liv Daniels bowling captain to captain, and she starts off with a wide signalled by the umpire. Yep, and when did you start this?
Midway through last season, we were disappointed with some of the coverage of Tier 2 and Tier 3 cricket as Daniels comes in again to Parfitt.
Sweeps and a good tumbling stop behind square to save a certain boundary by Alice Bird. Yep, so is it a weekly show?
It is a weekly show. Assuming availability of me and Chloe. Obviously, I'm busy as a journalist, Chloe's busy as the player.
You're busy as a student, as she bowls outside the off stump, and no danger there. Yeah, it's journalist, student. I know what my younger daughter's at Liverpool Uni. I know what students do. I was one myself once. It is Captain Daniels to and there's a dodge of missed call, and they've scampered through for a single. There was stop, start, lack of communication between Ellis and Parfitt. I assume this is the first time they've batted together. Is that right?
It certainly is this season. I'd assume they batted last season together.
Ellis was there last year as well, was she?
Yes, she was for the Vitality Blast for a large stint.
Okay. But lack of communication there between the two, but they do get the single. That's a good ball from Daniels, just missing the off stump. One left, And they're behind the 22 for 1 Glamorgan. The DLS par is 28 at the moment. Not that that should come into play, but you never know. As Daniels looks to finish her over, it's straighter, and on the sweep goes Alice just behind square for no run. That's the end of that over, and it's 22 for 1. Yeah, so, oh no, there's one more ball. Where did that come from?
Got ahead of yourself.
I've got Catfield. It's catching. It's the afternoon. That's what it is. It's definitely a last ball unless it's a wide or a no ball, and it isn't, and it's an attempted sweep and no run this time. It's the end of the over. It's 22 for 1.
It's a great over that from Liv Daniels, just the 2 from it. Liv actually took her best figures of last season against Glamorgan with 4 for 39 in the One Day Cup last year.
Was that here?
That's a great. I don't have that level of statistic. You're calling me out.
She took 15 wickets last year in 2025. She's a Glamorgan Academy member. Is that right? Member, is that the correct phrase we use for that sort of type of thing? There's a bit of ball inspection going on. Alice Bird's asking the umpire to have a look. Maybe a stray bit of strings. The scissors are out. I mean, what umpires? They must have a little kit bag of stuff, scissors, tweezers.
It's impressive, isn't it? They always have what you need.
I know. It's ECB regulations for umpires. Have some tweezers and some scissors. Very important. So what do you guys talk about the different tiers of women's cricket? Is that an international as well, or just a domestic game?
Occasionally, but we do focus on the domestic game, as that is what really needs the coverage as Bird comes into Parfit. Swing and a miss.
Parfit not moving her feet there at all. Ball staying reasonably low outside the off stump. She remains on 8 off 19 balls. Yeah, so whatever comes to mind, pretty much. Do you have access to a lot of players?
We do. We recently did a pre-season episode with 7 interviews with players from across Tier 1 to 3. So we like to keep ourselves busy as Bird comes in again.
Full of this time, and just an attempted Yorker again. Stop start. The calling's a bit dodgy, for want of a better word, between these two. They probably just need to have a little chat mid-innings, middle of the pitch, and agree on who's doing what. And you have some good access, don't you? You got some star names. Charlotte Edwards.
We did. We spoke to Lottie last week ahead of the new season.
Plugging that for you. Bird in again, bowls outside the off stump, and again, not moving her feet, maybe looking for a wide that wasn't coming from the umpire. She's looking back, and she's playing a shot that suggests that she thought it was a wide, which it wasn't given, and Glamorgan remained 22 for 1. What did the head of England cricket say?
Some really interesting insights about the domestic system in its current form, especially Tier 2 and 3, as Bird comes in again to Parfit.
Again, not moving her feet, just chops down to the keeper. She's been really the architect of this new system that the women are playing, isn't she?
She's been a core part of women's cricket. I mean, she used to coach the Southern Vipers in the regional era, who were scarily successful, kept winning the Charlotte Edwards
taken
Cup.
over from her.
Yes, indeed. And to now move on to as England head coach, it's good to have someone who's so aware in that role as Bird comes into Parfit.
Sure, Trent just glided away nicely. That's going to beat the fielder down at the thirders. Yes, it does. And she just clatters into the fielder. She's all right. The boards. She's all right. That runs down to 4. Nice shot that from Lauren Parfit. She moves to 12. Glamorgan 26 for 1. Guided nicely. Used the pace on the board to just push it nicely between the fielders who are at point and third.
A moment of release that after the build-up of dots to start the over.
Need to turn the strike around if they can. They have tried. Bird last ball of this over now, and she tries the same shot. This time it goes past the diving keeper. It's going to go for another 4. She did nick it, therefore it's a dropped catch, a chance certainly for Ahern, the keeper. She's taken her cap off and is actually getting a helmet from someone from the coaching side, the substitute fielder. She's obviously going to stand up to whoever's coming on next, but that was a chance.
It was a chance, and it's one that was quite a big potential wicket.
Parfit moves on to 16 at the end of that over. Glamorgan 30. From what did you think about the drop chance that Ahern went for that maybe Alice Hill should have taken?
It was a difficult one, wasn't it? It stayed in the air a while, got lost in the sun, and then there was that, is it mine, is it yours, is it mine, is it yours? I can understand why Hearn went for it with the gloves, but she just lost it in the sun, I think.
It was difficult running backwards though, wasn't it?
It really is.
I think Hill might have found it easier. It is Daniels to continue. Bowls and driven up in the air. That's going to bisect the two fielders at long on and long off. It's plugged a bit though, so it's not going to get round to the boundary. It's fielded by Alice Hill, who is fielding at long on, and they run through for just a single.
I'm slightly distracted by the hot pink bibs the Gloucestershire fielders are
I
wearing.
thought you were looking at me when you said that. I took mine off.
I mean, they don't know, do they?
Good fielding off her own bowling by Daniels. Yeah, my hot pink is only for it is a weekend after all. I was going to say it is just for a weekend.
It's a great colour.
They
They win the best fielding bibs I've seen so far in Tier 2.
Daniels bowls and Parfitt just trying to turn the strike, but the fielder at mid wicket is pretty close there to the ball, so nothing happening.
I might have the 2 Tiers Deep podcast, but you also have a podcast of your own.
I do, and I do mine with hit it back to the bowl. That's a drop chance from Daniels. A tough chance. She hit it back hard. Parfitt straight at her. She did well to get 2 hands. She powered it for a single, but that will go down. Unfortunately, the drop chance. She wrings her hands as the pain finally sets in on a cold but sunny day here in Cardiff, and Parfitt moves on to 17. Ellis will face up to Daniels. She gives a bit more flight. It's up in the air. That's got to be. It's over the head. It's over the head of Maddie White, who's in at mid-on. She's neither sort of in an orthodox position, nor is she on the boundary. Sort of floating between the two, and the ball went over her head. Couple of bounces for 4, and Ellis moves on to 9. And Glamorgan are starting to motor now with 3 boundaries off the last 6 balls, and that prompts Liv Daniels to push the fielder out onto the fielding a deep point, and just floats outside the off stump as Emily Geach, as that fielder, has gone out there. Glamorgan 36 for 1 after 9. Yes, thank you for asking about my podcast. I do it with the pseudo Welshman Geraint Jones. I can call him that because you know he's not listening, because apart from the many things he does, he's the assistant coach for Kent Women, who are playing Tier 2 at Northants currently. So he'll be focused very much on what's going on there. So I can pretty much call him what I like, I would have thought.
He'll never know.
Yeah,
unless someone sends him that clip.
Yeah, I might do it myself, to be honest with you. It's called Close of Play. Jonesy and I chat every week about general cricket, and then we have a feature in the middle called Silly Point, which is where I take the mickey out of as much as I can. It's called a quiz, but it's not very good. I use various forms of AI to come with my questions, and pretty much every week someone says, that's not true, you should have fact checked that. Well, I don't fact check it because it's funnier not to be honest with you. So
Fair enough.
I know that Jonesy won't get it right anyway. So we do that, and we are in the midst of talking about, we've picked our England 11s, men's 11s, for the first test against New Zealand on the 4th of June, and then we're tracking other players and stuff who have done well, who may or may get on the side. So that's what we're up to at the moment. So yeah, that's good fun. It is Alice Bird will continue from this cathedral, which is the end, bowling to Lauren Parfitt, the captain of the Glamorgan side, who's on 17, and Glamorgan are 36 for 1. Yeah, it's good fun.
I mean, what you could say with us on commentary today and both having podcasts, we like the sound of our own voices too much, but hey.
I've been told that my entire life. I don't need a podcast to find that out, I've got to tell you. You should hear what my wife says about me. She's not listening either, so I'm all right on that one. Nicely glided down behind square this time by Parfitt. That's using the pace well, and she's through for a single. Throw in at the feet of Hearn, making her work. Is this did you for you? Why did you start the podcast?
I think it was, we're both really passionate about coverage of women's cricket, and there was a real absence of Tier 2 and Tier 3 coverage. As we've gone from there being 8 women's teams to 18, so obviously there's not enough journalists to get around and cover it all. As Bird comes into Baffin Ellis.
Slower ball this time, and that certainly flummoxes Ellis, who was ready for the shot sometime on Monday morning, and the ball got there Thursday lunchtime.
I mean, Ellis is almost written in the stars that she's playing for Glamorgan. I am aware that she first visited this ground in a buggy when she was a very newborn baby. So it's rather fitting that she's representing them again on loan this season.
Tremendous knowledge. Tremendous. Fuller this time from Bird, and Bethan Ellis just digs it out. And so she lived locally, born locally.
Yeah, she was born locally. Her parents met at Cardiff Uni, and she found her way at this cricket ground very quickly. Her parents are both avid cricket watchers. So it's not surprising that she's turned out to be a pretty phenomenal cricketer.
Bowled well as well.
Indeed.
Bird then into her work. This is a fifth over. There's a crashing drive. That's a beautiful shot by Bethan Ellis, who's been here since she was in the buggy. The baby herself would have been proud of that one. That's a great square drive. The fielder out on the point boundary, Becca Halliday, had absolutely no chance of cutting that off. She moves on to 13, Ellis, and Glamorgan 41 for 1, and they are above the DLS par score for the first time this innings.
These two are building quite an impressive partnership here as Bird comes in for the final ball of the over.
It's full, and it's just is that going to be given a wide by the umpire? Slower ball again. She's mixed it up a bit. Alice Bird, she had got the ball swinging in her first couple of overs, and I hadn't seen anybody swing the ball to date. And she's just put in a couple of slow balls, trying to keep the batters thinking. Kath, what do you think?
I think Glamorgan are going really well.
They are. They're certainly building, aren't they? And they're playing some good shots. Just turning the strike around, these two. And when the ball is there to be hit, they are hitting orthodox shots, hitting the gaps, hitting the V's, and playing each ball on its merit, which is something that maybe Gloucestershire didn't do as well as they could have towards the end. It's Daniels to continue, captain to captain, as I said. That's a nice looking drive, fielded by Daniels. Hard chance earlier. On the corn bowls are always hard though, aren't they?
Yeah, I think when you're coming through your action, particularly if you're a medium pace or upwards bowler, slightly wide given, it is always difficult. And it's that, the high catch of whether the keeper should have taken it. I mean, we don't know what was called, do we, from here, but it's always difficult.
Difficult running backwards, isn't it?
And just, one's got the gloves, one's not. But that is gone now, so it's important that that's beautifully driven, splitting the fielders, but they will feel that's a whipping throw in there from the deep. One to Lauren Parfitt, but yeah, you got, if Gloucestershire, hopefully they've just forgotten about that. You just need to look where you're going to get the next wicket from. But I think, Parfitt solid so far, and Ellis ably 13 off 15, going really well as well. Almost put the commentator's curse on that.
Going
straight
back to
away.
one, should have gone forward too. This is my first time at Sophia Gardens. We found out from the oracle, that is Rosa, that Bethan Ellis came here as a child. You can guess my next question to you.
That's uppish, and it's taken. Oh, it's the wicket that definitely Gloucestershire needed, but Ellis just spooned that back up. She sort of leant back, hit the top of the bat, I'd say, didn't get anything on it, spooned straight back up to the captain. And Liv Downing just takes a simple catch.
Yeah, strange shot really, because
either toe end
totally
or top.
missed. Top edge, I think.
Yeah.
But it was not like it was a slower ball. It didn't spin, but it seemed to be premeditated in terms of playing that shot. She was picking. There's a big gap over wide, long on, and that's what she was going for. But unfortunately, top edged it, and that's the end of Bethan Ellis, and Glamorgan are 43 for 2.
I think from Gloucestershire's point of view, that would you get another break now to bring everybody in, have a chat, talk about next person coming to the crease, and in terms of again keeping those tight lines, getting everything back in, it brings Gloucestershire back into this game. Again, a quick wicket,
and that's what it's got to be. Is if they can just keep chipping away at this Glamorgan batting lineup, you just never know. As I said before, I had a quick chat with Melissa Story. She said that the pitch was breaking up, so their spinners may will come into play.
Mm.
You would have thought, and call it uneven bounce. You never know, do you? What's going to happen? And Glamorgan just need to make sure that again they build partnerships. And now that Parfitt is set, Lauren Parfitt, the captain, she stays in there. And to make our lives easier, I suppose, Ellis is replaced by Ellis.
And I think, in terms of interesting that a lot of the spinners, and same in the Glamorgan, they're coming around the wicket, so that's obviously telling us something as well. As Daniels comes into bowl there.
Yeah, there's been a lot of that, hasn't there? The off spinners bowling around the wicket.
Just
I don't know if it's
changing the
something
angle.
is it an angle or is it something in the
Yeah.
surface? Are there footmarks caused by the right-hand pacers that they're trying to hit? I suppose we're going to find out if anything untowards happens as Daniels bowls outside the off stump, and that's chopped nicely away. Good fielding, slightly parried there, but good fielding by Emily Gooch. Is fielding as part of a very tight offside ring that's made up of point cover, extra cover and mid off. That's the end of that over, and Glamorgan 44 for 2.
Yeah, like I say, Gloucestershire be very pleased with that extra wicket. Looks like Charlie Phillips bowling. So Bird is off. Charlie Phillips from the Cathedral end.
It's more spin.
Yeah.
'24 Women's Player of the Year, and took 19 wickets at an average of 7, which is pretty good going, isn't it?
Yeah, very good.
I'm just taking over Rosa's job as throwing out some stats.
Based on
for
your
you there.
podcast comment of not fact checking anything,
No,
I'm a bit worried about what may come out actually, Sanjay.
Could be
But
well, as you might have ascertained so far, could be absolutely anything. And who
anything and
knows?
everything.
Anything and everything, absolutely. I'll tell you a story in a second as we're going through this about a true or false that we did that caused some consternation.
So Philip into Ellis.
She didn't get
Good
through.
action.
Yeah,
Good
high.
tall. Looks quite a tall bowler in terms of good arm action. So yeah, just nice flight.
This actually
driven.
gives it some rip as well.
Yeah,
from
definitely.
up here. Yeah, so the true or false was about, the question was, tell you in a sec.
I'm a little nervous. I'm not going to lie.
No, it's all right. It's more about me, what happened afterwards, and it isn't that bad. So I asked Jonesy, true or false, did Australia play 5 wicket keepers on a Test match in 1972 versus England or something, right?
Right.
And I used an AI tool to get the answer.
It's a little edgy to point, but from Parfitt, but all okay.
And the guy was called Roger Wesley, and it was him. Basically, I'd read that Rod Marsh was injured. Bit of bounce there. That happened
Yeah,
as
it
well
did,
from this
yeah.
end, didn't it? Before
Well taken.
Poppy Walker got a couple to with a bit of overspin that bounced up. So good variety from Phillips, which causes a across the line sort of a heave from Parfitt. Yeah, so he was, and then Roger Wesley came, and then he had hay fever, and then they had a whole load of 3 different, like Kim Hughes and a few other people, just temporary wicket keepers, and it told me that it was true. So we went with that one. And then it was actually complete rubbish, because this bloke Roger Wesley never played against England. He played against the West Indies and Sri Lanka, and it was never 5. It was pretty much every fact that was in there wasn't a fact at all. And I'd made a big show of telling Jones he was wrong, and then all the comments on YouTube and stuff. You know what you're talking about, mate, etc., etc. So yeah, I never learned from that. It's a nice day, isn't it? People sitting in the crowds.
Yeah, that was incoming Bethan Gammon, who hopefully won't be required for a while. So we have Alice Hill at the River Taff end. Spin
At both
to
ends.
Parfitt. Currently 20 off 35. She's launched that over. There is a fielder out in the deep long on. Retrieves it, so a single for Parfitt.
Yeah, playing with the spin. It's a pretty safe shot, isn't it?
Yeah.
There's not much of
Just-
cover on the leg
Yeah.
side if they beat a straightish mid wicket.
Yeah.
They're going to bring one over, I think. Or she's just coming in. Just coming in.
Yeah. So we've got backward square
Couple of about 3 deep on the leg side.
around the wicket as well. To Ellis. So over the wicket to Parfitt, but coming around. Umpire just sort of signalling she's drifting into the shaded box area in terms of your follow through. So just making sure she gets off the wicket when she's finished through her action. So umpires have been really good on it
They
today.
have been strict.
Yeah, with the feet and letting the bowlers know. Slightly slower ball, flighted up a bit more.
Watchful by Ellis. He just needs to make sure that she's there to support Lauren Parfitt. This is pretty similar to the Gloucestershire innings, isn't it, with Becca Halliday?
Looking just to push that one out to see if they take the single to keep Ellis on strike, but Ellis left that one, so a good over from Hill, only one from it. So Glamorgan 47 for 2.
Good variation of pace there from Phillips. A couple of slower balls, just gave it a bit of loop, bit of time to turn, and then fired a couple through. And a good over there by the off spinner from Gloucestershire. A couple of people in the crowd there looking suitably wrapped up. Cold, yes. Cups of tea in there.
Yeah.
He's got his. They've got their hats on. Well, they seem to be looking in opposite directions. So I'm not sure entirely which one was looking at the match and which one wasn't. But nice to see people come in. It is Phillips again, isn't it, to bowl? And
it's a wide. It's interesting that since that second wicket, the run rate has significantly dropped for Glamorgan, so that at 3.6 with a required run rate of over 5.5 now. So 13 overs gone with a reduced overs of 38. So 25 overs remain. You'd still think it's probably edging towards Glamorgan, but they need to sort of start to work on that run rate a bit to get it up over 4.5 so that it doesn't, required run rate doesn't creep into the 6s and 7s and then put that pressure on. So a single taken there by Parfitt. I mean, there's absolutely always have gone through
buzzers, as David Lloyd would say.
That literally went through
Just
three people.
Poor cricket all round from Gloucestershire there. First of all, Becca Halliday quite slack in going down to try and field it, just used one hand, and then the overthrows, but in the end didn't cost any extra runs for Glamorgan. They've got to find a method, I think, Glamorgan, to try and get that run rate up again.
Yeah, I mean, taking nothing away from Gloucestershire, though, in terms of tight bowling.
Bowling
Great
well.
fielding positions at the moment, so very much still pressure on within that inner ring. So they are making Glamorgan work for every single run. So credit where credit is due in terms of that. And that's worked off the leg side, sort of a low full toss. So that's another single. So 3 so far from the over.
I think it is things like that, isn't it? It's turning the strike,
Yeah.
finding the gaps. There will be the loose ball just by virtue of the fact that's what happens, which you've got to punish, and that's how you get the run rate up.
It's again worked off the leg down to just in front of squares. The sweeping fielder comes in. Well fielded.
What's the rest of the
51 for
Glamorgan
Glamorgan.
batting lineup like?
Yeah, really strong.
Was it
Yeah, strong through. So Beth and Gammon, fantastic attacking bats, will brilliantly work the strike, rotating the strike well. So yeah, certainly plenty more to come for Glamorgan as that brings the end of the over. So Glamorgan 51 for 2 off 14 overs. Parfitt going along at 23 off 39. And Ellis 3 off 12. So like I say, run rate required 5.63. Glamorgan currently going at 3.64 with a target of 186 to win.
be interesting for how long Liv Daniels keeps her nerve, if you like, by keep bowling the offies all the time. They're doing a good job at the moment, but if one goes after one of them, does she keep them? That's what we're going to find out, I guess.
Drilled straight down all along the ground from Parfitt, single. Again, it's we haven't had a boundary for a while, and I think you don't want is Lauren Parfitt to get slightly frustrated with probably a slightly slower rate than normal that she would be going at. She needs to have a captain's innings here today. That's pulled, got down low there, Ellis to pull across, but fielded by the sweeping fielder out, deep mid-wicket.
And that's the story out on the boundary there. Strong arm.
Yeah, very strong. Flat throw in. As Hill continues to bowl from the River Taff end. Was a bit loopy up and worked off the legs. It's going to split the fielders, and that's the boundary off Lauren Parfitt's there. Worked that brilliantly off just in front of her pads. Splitting the two fielders out there for a much needed 4 for Glamorgan.
Yeah, finding the gap, knowing where the fielders are and placing it beautifully between the two for a much needed boundary, just as you said before. No boundary for a while. Along comes one that Glamorgan needed quite desperately.
Hill comes in again, that's driven straight, so again single taken, so a much more positive over from Glamorgan. 7 so far with 2 balls to come, but it's like an effortless from Lauren Parfitt. They're just just slightly reaching out but using all of her experience and just creating it into a volley off the pads to split the field there. Hill coming around the wicket to Ellis, who just plays it back.
Well, that's good because they don't need to do anything else now. 7's enough.
Exactly.
No silly shots. Don't need to, do anything to increase that with the last ball of this over.
Yeah.
Defended nicely, and that's me off for a cup of tea, and Rosa's ready with her laptop to come in.
Bring one back.
Oh, will do.
So Glamorgan 58 for 2 off 15 overs. So there are 23 overs remaining in this reduced 50-over Metro Bank One Day Cup game, first game of the season, due to earlier rain this morning, so we didn't start till 12:30. Glamorgan going along nicely, but Gloucestershire will also be pleased with how they are approaching the start of this innings. Welcome back, Reza.
Thank you. We appear to have swapped Beth and Ellis for B. Ellis whilst I've been off air. As Phillips comes in.
I think the slow and steady wins the race, as the saying goes. I think Morgan are sort of treating this in the right vein in terms of just ticking it along, rotating the strike. Not panicking. No need to panic, of course. Plenty of time. That run rate will slowly start to creep up, I'm sure, as that's drilled back down the ground. But stopped by the fielder, Alice Bird. So Phillips coming around the wicket. That's just worked to sort of a point area. But yeah, glorious day now, really. I mean, you can still see, if you focus on the flags, it's still very windy out there. But sun is shining. Reverse sweep, always a... Oh, one she's given her! She tried to reverse sweep, but she came across her stumps. Hit a square in front, so probably not the right shot there from Ellis, as she has to head back to the changing room, out for 4 off 18. Didn't really get in, but was trying to do something different, but it just didn't pay off on this occasion. And the wicket taken there by Phillip. That brings Gloucester back in, so they've got their 3rd down. So they'll be absolutely bounced by that. It does bring Bethengammon to the crease, but from Gloucestershire's point of view, they'll be very pleased with that. If you just watch the replay, you'll see how she steps across, and it hits her on that back leg as she's slightly crouching down and given straight out square in front of the wicket. So Bethengammon and Lauren Parfitt now at the crease. Formidable duo of Welsh cricket.
It's a great start for Gloucestershire, though, putting on some real early pressure. But from Glamorgan's perspective, there's no one else you'd rather have at the crease in this situation than Bethengammon.
Yeah, I think Gloucestershire will be feeling ahead in this stage now. I think three down. If they can get one of these two, they'll be feeling extremely positive and pumped to try and ensure that they may get their first win of the season. Obviously, Glamorgan will be doing everything they can to get to the total to also get their first win of the season. But yeah, I think Gloucestershire are feeling really pumped up by that. And again, solid fielding within the inner ring, maintaining that pressure. That's Glamorgan on strike. Looking to work it off. A very busy cricketer, I like to call her, in terms of how she presents herself at the crease. So that's the end of the over. So that is Glamorgan on 59 for 3. 16 overs gone, 22 remaining. Lauren Parfitt is 30 or 43. And Beth Gammon yet to score, as she's just new to the crease. Hill continuing to bowl. So spin from around the wickets to Lauren Parfitt from the river half end. 2 sweepers out on the leg side. Deep log on and a deep mid wicket are the 4 fielders out of the circle. They have just moved backward square to in front of square, which is where Lauren Parfitt last played the shot and where that ball is exactly just gone. So single taken brings Beth Gammon on strike. She takes her guards.
Beth Gammon, the second highest run scorer for the side last season. And then Lauren Parfitt the first, as Hill comes in.
Okay, looks to take a quick single there, but decided probably rightly against it. Yeah, great cricketer, great cricketing mind, Beth Gammon, just looking to work every angle, try and get those quick runs where possible, and if the bad ball's there to be hit, she absolutely can clear a boundary.
She's a dynamic batter as she is a fielder, that's safe to say.
So just making a fielding change, so just again pushing square in front of, and play to the fielder they just unfortunately moved. It's going to make its way, just limp its way to the boundary, and it does. So that's Beth Gammon off the mark with a 4. So it was leg side-ish, but she just worked it round from Hill there. So it was just drifting down leg, and just Beth Gammon just helped on its way. If they just moved that fielder closer to the square leg umpire, so much needed boundary. As Hill continues the dot ball, but well played by Gammon. So 5 so far from this over, 1 ball remaining. As Hill comes in, and again just worked around the legs, looking potentially for a run, but no run taken, and rightly so. So Glamorgan move on to 64 for 3 off 17 overs, so we are almost at the halfway mark. Phillip finishing on 1 for 7 off of 3 overs. Continuing again with the spin at this end.
I mean, Beth Gammon, 280 runs last season. She joined from the Blaze, actually. She wasn't a professional player there. She was the head of their women and girls pathway and made a handful of appearances for them. So a core part of that experience as Phillips comes in.
Top ball to start. Parfitt on strike.
Just to make it confusing, the second Phillips we've had on display today after Sarah Phillips in the first innings.
Yep. So Lauren having a look around, see where these runs might come from for her, see where the gaps are. Drilled straight down the ground. Beautiful drive as always. Alice Bird collects and throws in. Single taken.
Now I have a question for you. What is your thought on yellow cricket kits? Because it's a controversial area.
Oh, I'm not offended by it. What's that, playing a miss by Gammon? I mean, it's bright.
It is bright. I guess you've also got the issue that it does attract flies. So if you're playing and you're fielding, that's not ideal.
Do you like the design though? With that's worked off nicely off the legs there by Gammon. A single.
It's a strong kit this year from Glamorgan, but I have seen split opinion on the yellow.
Not sure if someone's waving to us or.
I think Alice Bird was just giving us a wave up in the comms box. I was speaking to her ahead of this game.
Well, you can give her a wave back now. She's obviously thankful for the nod to her podcast. Is that what it is? Well, it's a bit full, and it's on the full, and that's swept away nicely by Bethan Gamma for 4 runs behind backward square to finish off the over. So 7 from that, and that takes Glamorgan 71 for 3 off 18 overs. So see here, it's just drifting wide. She just absolutely put out that front foot forward, swing through, make it all the way to the boundary. A great shot from Beth Gammon.
It was a stunning shot. Maddie White didn't have a chance coming around that boundary to stop that one.
No, not at all. That was 4 all the way. So going along nicely. Run rate still just below 4 for Glamorgan, but all okay. Moving in the right direction as Hill bowls to Parfitt, who pulls it just in front of square for a single.
Parfitt is going along nicely here with 34. She's playing a similar role to Halliday in the first innings. But be about whether she can knuckle down and maybe take this chase right to the end.
Definitely she'll be looking to start her season well. Both as captain and her own personal batting performance, as Gammon just plays it nicely through too long on for a single. Could be doing this in singles.
We could be.
But, a few boundaries have come, but just working the strike, rotating the strike. It's blocked by Parfitt from Hill, who's 0 for 15 off a 3.3 overs so far.
I mean, myself and Sanjay were walking around at half time as Hill comes in.
Again, dot ball.
Half-time innings
I know,
break. Am I
always-
in football?
I always say half time, to be honest with you.
Probably will upset some avid cricket listeners with that one.
As Hill comes in, Parfitt comes down the tracks and drills it down the ground. Fielder is there, but that's a single.
And we were talking about the coaches because we've got Rachel Priest and Fran Wilson. How lovely it is to have 2 such strong and empowering women coaches in Tier 2 and developing this next generation of cricketers as Hill comes in again.
Worked off the hips by Gammon into the gap for a single.
And there's a real shortage, actually, of female coaches in Tier 1 and Tier 2. So it's refreshing to see players like Fran retire last season and come straight into the coaching side of the game and help develop this next generation.
I think we're having a quick drinks break. So Glamorgan 75 for 3 off 19 overs of their 38. But no, you're absolutely right. And I think that was certainly muted at the 100 auction.
Yes, it was indeed. We only had 1 female coach, didn't we, in Lisa Kitely?
We did, and she did make that point. I mean, there was a few sort of, former players who are on the coaching staff at some of the 100 teams. But in terms of the coaches themselves, she was highlighting that she was the coach.
And there definitely used to be more because we had Charlotte Edwards at Southern Brave. We had Danny Hazel at Northern Superchargers, now Sunrisers Leeds.
Yeah, so like I say, really positive to see 2 very strong former cricketers taking up the coaching helm for these 2 counties here today.
Shall we have a look around the grounds as we're in the drinks break?
Is the rain still around?
It is in a few places. Derbyshire versus Middlesex has been affected by the rain. Middlesex need 103 to win from 22 overs with 10 wickets remaining. It's a shortened game. Derbyshire scored 124 before the rain started falling. It is still raining in Leicester. They haven't got back out since the last delay. Sussex is still 152 for 6. They've taken lunch, so if they come back out, it will be Leicestershire batting. And then in Northants-Kent, we've got an interesting one. Steelbacks scored 307 for 8 from their 50, and Kent are 152 for 3. They need 156 to win from 17 overs. But they have got 7 wickets remaining, not 17, can you imagine? So if they can
I'd fancy my chances with 17 wickets remaining, to be honest with you.
You see it in the pre-season with the scorecards when obviously teams are just trying to get minutes under their belts and overs under their belts, and you do see, I mean, there was a Somerset game when they lost 20 wickets, there was a Yorkshire game where they lost 20 wickets in pre-season, but definitely not in a Tier 2 Metro Bank One Day Cup game, that is for sure.
Yeah. So yeah, I think we've, in comparison to others, we've been lucky actually with today's weather then, haven't we? It didn't look so great earlier on, but we've, yeah.
And they go on about the rain in Wales, it's stunning.
Beautiful hit today.
I mean, rumour has it that Glamorgan only lost one full day of cricket last year to the rain, so maybe.
I think I might have been here for it actually.
Was it the England game or was it...
Definitely had a rain-affected game. Yeah, we sat here for a while, but drinks break just about to finish. So good opportunity for Gloucestershire to get together, have a chat about next steps, how to break up the partnership of Parfitt and Gammon, what needs to happen in order for them to do that, and probably a much needed drink taken for Lauren Parfitt of her 35 or 51 balls.
She's been out there a while now, hasn't she? And it is
Been out there
quite...
since the start, yeah.
It's reasonably warm out there. It's by no means a nice summer day, but compared to the winter here in Cardiff, I can confirm it has been very wet. So it's a lovely release from that.
Yeah. So, drinks break concluded as the players get back into position, and the umpire. So we are ready to go. Looks like we have Melissa Story coming on to bowl from the Cathedral End.
The woman of the moment, Melissa Story. We've spoken about her a lot today with her part-time cricketer, part-time solicitor, part-time commentator. Busy girl.
Absolutely. So yeah, she's just adjusting her field, sending out deep fine, and we've got deep third and deep mid wicket and deep backward square by the looks of it, and that's played through point and it's beaten the fielder, but their sweeper is out there as the ball comes back in. So I often get confused when the umpires stand not at square leg.
Yeah.
So it must is it the sun? I'm not sure why the umpire's chosen to stand.
It hurts my brain when it comes to the fielding positions.
At point. It's dug in short or didn't quite get up enough for Parfitt to capitalise on that, so she sort of pulled it straight back down to mid on.
We're lucky we haven't had many left-handers today because that definitely complicates things.
Yeah. So, Story started well. She comes in. Again, dug in a bit short, but they've taken a quick single. Gammon's too quick.
She's quick. I was about to say she's very quick between the
Yeah.
wickets, is Beth and Gammon. Say that 5 times quickly.
So, single taken, but good to keep that ticking over. As Melissa Story comes in, again dug in slightly short and it's chipped up, easily played over point for 4 runs. That's a brilliant shot there from Gammon, absolutely deliberate. She knew that where the fielder was on the inner ring there, so just leant back into that one, used the slightly pitched and shorter pace and just worked that straight over the inner field. So lovely shot there from Beth Gammon, who moves on to 16 from her 14 balls.
Glamorgan also only 5 now below that DLS par, which is at 86, which is a good indication as to where they are.
The Story comes in. Again, played through just in front of point. Single taken. So 7 already from the over with 1 ball remaining for Melissa Story. She started off well, but that 4 just edges it into Glamorgan's favour this over. That run rate now back up to 4.13. Nicely finished dot ball to end the over though from Melissa Story. So 7 from that. Glamorgan move 82 for 3 off their 20 overs with 18 overs remaining. And I will hand over to Sanjay.
It's a solid foundation from Glamorgan. They've definitely got going here with this partnership between Parfitt and Gammon. A partnership which is a tale as old as time, as those who watched and followed along last season will know. Welcome back, Sanjay.
Thank you very much, Rosa. Some top news I've got for you.
Some top news. Hit me with it.
Luton Town, my beloved Luton Town Football Club. It's Alice Hill continuing from the far end to Gammon.
We've actually had a bowling change.
Have we? Well,
with Liv Daniels, the Gloucestershire skipper,
yes,
our
it's just- see,
scorecard.
as I said it changed. And it didn't look like Alice Hill, but I went for Alice Hill wrongly. I was getting carried away with my Luton Townness. That was what the
Have they
thing
won
was.
the game? Is that the
Winning.
news?
I can
Winning.
tell you, it's not just any old game. They're playing in the EFL final at Wembley,
Oh, it's a big one.
and they are 2-1 up against Stockport County with 15 minutes left.
It's a big one.
Yeah, so if I get carried away, I haven't got my phone with me, but otherwise I'd be following it. But you're right, it is Daniels bowling to Parfitt, who is also the captain of captain to captain, as I said last time. 83 for 3. Run rates at 4, required rates at 5.9, 5.89. Target 186. It's going to be tight, Rosa, I'm telling you now.
It is.
It is. It's launched up in the air. There is a fielder there in the deep. This is Alice Hill, and it's gone over her head for 4. Oh dear, oh dear. She was there. Did she misjudge it? Did the wind take it? Whatever happened, that was a chance that should have been taken, and that is a life for Lauren Parfitt. She's got her head down. She's misjudged it. She's
Oh,
misjudged
lost it
it.
in
It's
the
gone
sun.
over her head.
Lost
And
it in the
that
sun,
is
has Maddie White.
Maddie White, sorry, down there, not... I'm poor old Alice Hill. I've got a bowling, I've got a dropping chance. She's
You
not
keep
done
her
anything.
really busy.
Yeah,
Keep her
exactly.
really busy,
yeah.
yeah.
She's nearly as busy as Melissa Story is. And that's a single from for Parfitt. She goes on to 41. Dangerous territory, the 40s so far.
It is
2
dangerous
batters have got
40s.
into it, and no one's gone on to make 50 yet. Let's hope I haven't put the mockers on her, as Daniels fires one in to finish off that over. And Morgan 88 for 3.
They are. They're getting even closer to that DLS par. Not that it's going to rain anyone, but it just gives us a lovely indication as to how their run rate is coming along.
Yeah, it's the run rate's 4.1, 4.2. You know, they need 5.8. I mean, they've got to. There's still a lot of overs left, right? There's still 17 overs. It's over the midpoint of this innings. Obviously, they had the drink, so we know that. So they've got to find a method. They've got to find a method to try and pierce this really well placed Gloucestershire field as Melissa Story continues from this to Cathedral City end bowls. And it's put into the gap. Oh dear, it's beaten both the fielders who've dived over that ball, and it chased down to the boundary, but the ball has gone all the way there. Melissa Story won't be happy with either of those fielders. Alice Bird was the one who's been too busy waving up at you guys up in the commentary box to do that. The ball goes for 4. Parfitt onto 45. Glamorgan 92 for 3. That's the start. Good start to the over. A 4 off the first ball is what they would have needed, the Glamorgan batters. Let's see what Story can do in terms of bowls it wide. That's given a wide. Could this be the over?
It could be the
this
over.
be the over that brings Glamorgan?
I mean, Bird was a mere millimetres away from stopping that one, and sometimes you just need that slight luck, and then it's a shift in the space-time continuum, as my dad would say whilst watching
Okay,
cricket.
excellent. I mean, we're going to come back to that in a second. I think you're going to find shorter from this time. That's beautifully pulled by Lauren Parfitt. There's no point in running for that, even though Lauren Burden is giving it a good go. That's gone for 4. She moves to Or does she move to? It should be 49 by my guessing, but it's gone to 47. 46. Gammon's on 22. Time, what is it?
Space-time continuum.
Oh.
I don't even know if that's something my dad says or if I
No,
just put
it's
those
good.
words
Sounds-
into his mouth.
Sounds very,
Sorry, Dad, if you're listening.
sounds very Red Dwarfy.
Yeah. God knows.
Excellent. Well, I'm glad we discussed that to its.
It also is 49.
It
Your
is
maths
49.
were correct.
Yeah, that's what I thought. It's through the scoreboard's throwing me over the scoreboard operator. It's Parfit onto 49, same score that Halliday got to. She is facing up to Melissa Story. It's short again, pushed it into the offside to try and get a single not to do it. Yes, I think it is. I think that is a. It sounds very Stephen Hawkins-esque,
doesn't it?
Exactly. Yeah, but what's it got to do with cricket? It was to do with fielders. I mean, Bird and and Emily Geach fell over a couple of them, and we came up with something from Red Dwarf, which was interesting. Bird again drops. That's well dropped into the leg side by Lauren Parfit as she runs through to get the first 50 of the match. Well batted by the Glamorgan captain. It's something needed. 50 off 62 balls to take Glamorgan to 98 for 3, and something that she needs to now build on and take Glamorgan towards that total of 189. Story again, bowls kept low, tucked into the gap. This is what I think they need to do, the Glamorgan batters, as Bethan Gammon slips at the non-striker's end whilst completing that run. She seems okay. Yeah, they've got to do this. There's gaps in the field now because of what over we're in. There's there's only a limited amount of fielders allowed in certain places, and there's a big gaps on the leg side for either batter to be able to just turn the strike into. But this time it just goes into the offside for no run. End of that over. Glamorgan 1 shy of 100.
I mean, the communication between these two at the crease is phenomenal. I mean, it's very clear calling, and they're definitely showing their experience. They batted together a lot last season. And I mean, Lauren Parfit, another half century in Glamorgan colours.
What did she do last year? You're the local statistician.
She scored 376 runs at a 75.2 average.
Oh, there you go.
Not bad, that, is it?
Not bad. Top of the order. I think she got 70 odd, didn't she? Highest score last year. 75 not out, I believe. It's Daniels who's going to continue. And again, I like this attempt by both batters to rotate strike. Gammon looks a busy cricketer, doesn't she?
She is a very busy cricketer.
Busy in the field, busy, sort of warming up, look busy, just everything busy, which bodes well, I think, for what they need to do, Glamorgan, to get themselves near this Gloucestershire total. But this is good bowling from Daniels and good bowling from Gloucestershire, all told. Tight field, as long as the fielders can back up what the bowlers are doing, then the Glamorgan batters have got to try and find ways of piercing the field, finding the gaps. Flight from Daniels, and this is a good start. 3 dot balls so far from Liv Daniels, taking 1 for 17 or 4.3 overs.
She's been very tight so far, the youngster.
This is width and straight to a fielder, where it's fielded by Emily Geach. And they've stuck with Stories come on, but they've bowled their spinners. They've sort of tried a few things here, and it's still okay because they've still kept the run rate at below 4.5. It's up in the air. I don't know where the ball is. It could have gone anywhere. The Hearn was confused, but that was definitely a chance.
It's
top edge.
It's a tough gig having a helmet on with a top edge. It's so hard to find where the ball is.
Yeah, sun's high in the sky as well, so that probably didn't help. Big shadows across this Sophia Gardens ground now. It's a beautiful day here. It didn't look like it was going to be earlier. Chopped into the gap by Parfit. Good stop by Leila Moladina at a wide-ish sort of mid-off for just the 1 run. End of that. Very good over from Daniel. She's bowled 5 overs, 1 for 19. That is tight.
What an impressive young cricketer. I mean, to be able to captain a side at 20 years old, having already done it for a full season, did it in their first season as a Tier 2 team, and still have the ability to know when to bowl yourself, as this is an issue we commonly see with captains of any age. And we've got this 20-year-old who seems to have figured it out.
They're a young side, Gloucestershire, aren't they? I think the average age is about 21 or so, compared with a slightly older Glamorgan side of 23 or 24. But still, you're right. To hold your own in this level, there's a crowd watching, and you're playing on the TV, and it's good going really from Liv Daniels. That's gone down the leg side. That's going to be 4 wides, unfortunately, for Gloucestershire. Phillips firing one down the leg side. Yep, 4 wide given, 4 given. Again, starting off with a 4. She's come on to replace Melissa Story here at the Cathedral City end.
Not a great start to the over, but plenty of time to pull it back, but a great start from a Glamorgan perspective.
The gap between the required run rate and the actual run rate is closing now as she moves around the wicket. Phillips seems to be the tactic of the day. If you're an off spinner, come around the wicket to the right hander.
It's a similar pattern as we saw in the first innings. We've got these two building a really positive partnership, and obviously for Gloucestershire they couldn't then carry on and fire into a large total as Phillips comes in.
Cheeky little single taken there. All right, let me put you in Liv Daniels' shoes. I'm going to time space, thingamy-bob, transmogrify yourself, which is definitely a word, onto the field. You're going to tell me who you're going to bowl next. Wicket to wicket from Phillips here as Rosa considers her tactical options. She's just become Liv Daniels, who's
definitely
herself.
Would not be as good of a captain as Liv Daniels is at 20 years old.
Let's just go with tactics. Who do you think? What would you do? You keep the spinners on. It's an aggressive looking shot there from Parfitt that's fielded well by Monadina at mid off, no run, flighted delivery from Phillips.
I mean, you need to break this partnership pretty quickly because this game is going to run away from Gloucestershire if they don't. And as Phillips comes in once again to Parfitt.
Leg side, that's a paddle sweep. That's nicely played by Parfitt. It's been chased down to the boundary by Georgina Starr, and a valiant dive for no avail as it does go for 4. Parfitt moved to 56. Glamorgan 112 for 3 because you've got what have you got off this? Megan Sturge and Gemma Porter to come in, who I believe are more than capable of putting runs on the board. So come on. You've stalled long enough. You can't be stalling as captain. What's your bowling strategy going to be from now on in?
I mean, Emily Geach looked really threatening opening the bowling with her pace and took an early wicket. And if you want to break this partnership, maybe it's time to vary it a little bit away from the spin.
So you would go. You wouldn't just keep the spinners on and bowl to your field. So that would suggest that Alice Bird is your also an option. You would think.
Yeah, for sure. I think these two look very comfortable with the spin, whilst at times it has been very economical. You still want to be able to break this partnership as they can very easily, hit these for singles and still get very close to the total.
But it's going to be, she's not listened to. It's going to be Daniels to continue. She's bowled 5 overs already. Geach has bowled 3 overs today, and Alice Bird also has bowled 3, so they've got overs in the tank. I just wonder when Daniels is going to use them, but for the moment it's her, and that's driven straight down the ground by Glamorgan for a single.
I mean, to be fair to Liv, I would keep myself on if I'm Liv Daniels. This is a bizarre situation at that end, and maybe bring Bird back in at the other end, or if Geach is willing to switch ends as Daniel comes in to Parfitt.
Up in the air, it's a top edge, that's going to be a simple catch, a back Halliday, and she takes it, and that is the brilliant captaincy from Rosa that's broken the partnership in her guises. Liv Daniels, she's taken her first wicket for 20 runs. That's the dangerous and set and threatening Lauren Parfitt gone for 56 off 69 balls. Glamorgan have lost their 4th wicket for 113. And that has gone to Daniels, and that should bring in the wicketkeeper Megan Sturge now to continue what Lauren Parfitt started. But Gammon is set, it's not over yet.
What a phenomenal knock from Lauren Parfitt to open the 2026 season for Glamorgan. Hopefully a sign of what we've got to come throughout the year. It's now up to Beth and Gammon to really dig in and get going.
73 runs needed then for Glamorgan off the remaining 13.4 overs. Run rate 4.6, need 5.3. Sturge is the next batter in. It's probably going to be Gemma Porter after that. This is the game.
This is the game. This is where you need to be in Tier 2. This is the tight one.
This is indeed. It's exciting. It's a beautiful day. The crowd's still in, enjoying themselves. And let's see what Sturge can do now. And what support she gives Gammon. Gammon's 22 of 25. That's one of the fastest run rates of this match so far. So clearly giving her as much of the strike as possible would suggest is a good tactic for Sturge to employ. But we are going to see what she does. And she just pushed back to no ball. Front foot, no ball. This time by Daniels.
Unusual for a spinner.
Yeah, I was just about to say. And it's not been the first one, I don't think.
Maybe early season, getting used to your bearings as to where everything is.
And you can't use that excuse for absolutely everything, Rosa. Let's find out what she does now. Up in the air, that's going to beat the fielders in the in-ring, and no reason to run for that. One bounce for, great shot from Sturge. Just her second baller was, of course, a free hit anyway, so she was no risk involved. But she still timed it well.
She did indeed. It's changing on a ball-by-ball basis here as to who is in control. It's a very tight game.
That is your time thingy continuum in a nutshell. Changes every single ball, as your dad would tell you.
I really don't know if he would, that's the thing.
Tucked round the corner. Gammon wanted a single, but Sturge rightly refused. There was nothing there. 2 balls left in this over so far. That's gone for 6 so far from Olivia Daniels from the River Taff end. Driven down through to the offside by Sturge, but there's a fielder out there. There's just one. Sturge wanted 2, but rightly so. Gammon said no, and she moves on to a sprightly 5.
There's currently been a bit of a shift. Glamorgan needing 67 from 79, definitely beginning to take even more control in this game as Daniels comes in for the final ball of the over.
Oh, nearly chopped on by Gammon. It was wide. There was no need to play that shot at all. Umpire may well have given a wide, but he didn't, and there was nothing that happened. She's leaning on her bat, wondering why she bothered to play that shot. But Glamorgan are 119 for 4. They need 67 to win with 13 overs remaining. Captain's conference at the moment with Charlie Phillips. Is she going to continue? Kath, what do you think?
Well, I like the ebb and flow to this, actually.
It's good, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a good game to be tuning into. I'm sure there'll be plenty of people looking at what the result may bring. So, yeah, who have we got coming in then?
So we've got Phillips continuing.
Yeah, to
Sturge, you started well, 5 off 4 overs.
Yeah.
4 balls in.
So coming from around the wickets. So continuing with spin, just worked off. But yeah, I think it's going in each one favour 1 minute, the next the others. But in terms of slightly edging it, I think again probably Glamorgan still just probably slightly have the edge. Only 4 down, only need 67 to win. So yeah, I think if there's a key wicket taken though of Gammon or Sturge, then I'm sure tails will be up for Gloucestershire.
I think Porter's got some runs in her, hasn't she?
Yeah, I think, it's interesting. It's hard to tell from up here how the pitch is playing, isn't it? We don't get too much of a view. But shadows coming in a bit more now. So the sun is still shining, and that's launched up over the head. Oh, Alice Bird almost got something to that, but really hard when you're on that inner ring and it's looping over. And again, just looking back to the sun to demonstrate to us, it is quite high as they stick Alice Bird back out onto the boundary now. But it was in the air a long time, that one.
Yeah, difficult running backwards, isn't it? Especially with the sun in your eyes.
And you can see, if you just look at the flags, but if you look at the players' trousers and shirts, that you see the wind is still swirling around in the pitch of play, so that often makes it quite difficult as well. It's a lovely shot, a sweep shot from Gammon.
I'm enjoying Gammon's thinking here. She pumped one up in the air and then, then tried to nurdle a single, didn't come off, then went to the sweep to try and get the single, so she's got the strike.
Yeah.
Like I said to Rosa, she's a busy cricketer.
Oh,
And
definitely.
enjoyable to watch as well, because when someone like that is at the crease, things aren't going to get stuck.
Yeah, exactly that. So that takes Glamorgan to 121 for 4 off 26 overs in this reduced over game of 38 overs. So 65 to win from 72 balls with 6 wickets in hand. As Captain Daniels comes into bowl, she's currently 2 for 26. As Gammon drills that one back down for a single. So, yeah, Captain going well.
You'd think she's going to bowl herself out, wouldn't you? You assume it's 8, is it?
It's 8, yeah, in this reduced.
So you've got Phillips has bowled 8, and you've also got who else has bowled 8? The captain herself has bowled. So it's those two. You've got the 2 quicks have only bowled 3 each. So I wonder if that's what the finish is going to be. Put the pace back on again.
Yeah, just worked off the pads there for a single just in front of square. But again, it's that, as you alluded to, just busily just nudging and nurdling and getting those singles to keep that run rate where they want it to be, which is just below 5. Again, just trying to work it off the legs. But yeah, they've gone for a quick single and safely home.
Good call that from Sturge.
A very good
Spotted
call.
it quickly.
Yeah.
And that's what, again, I've said it a few times now, but that's exactly what Glamorgan need. Just someone to stay on the ball, stay awake, stay alive, and just turn the singles around.
So continuing around the wicket. Again, comes down the wicket, launches it straight over the inner ring. Fantastic shot there from Sturge. So the mid-on's up on the inner ring, so she just capitalised on a slightly fuller delivery there from the captain and good foot movement and within the crease for 4, and obviously pop that player back out on the boundary.
Horse and cart.
So as Daniels comes in, a bit wider, again worked through by Sturge to the mid-wicket area for a single. So 7 so far from 8 so far from this over. So it's a great over for Glamorgan as they edge closer to that target. Currently on 129 for 4.
Yeah, the run rate's now just a 0.3 difference between
Yeah.
the two. It was a lot larger than that.
Dot ball to finish, but good over for Glamorgan.
Now let's see what's happening. Phillips I think has taken a cap off, so she looks like she's going to continue.
Yeah.
So maybe these two bowl out, and then you've got the quicks. You've also got who else has bowled so far? You've got Melissa Story's bowled
She's bowled,
2 overs, and
Alice Bird still has some.
and Hill's bowled 4 overs.
Yeah.
But then you've got Bird, and you've got who opened upon Geach. Those two have got overs in the tank. So it's going to be interesting. She's certainly got options, Liv Daniels.
Yeah, definitely.
But it is Phillips who's going to
Oh
continue.
no, it looks.
Is it?
Is it?
Yeah, it is Phillips.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's going to continue.
Yeah, I thought it might have been a
She's
change.
bowled 6 overs so far.
Continuing around the wicket, which seems to be the theme for today. Just worked off the legs to
Good tumbling stop there
short, fine leg.
by Story. So that's the thing, isn't it? Where she's fielding Melissa Story. If she doesn't field that, that's 4.
Yeah.
That's gone, because you assume that it's dried out now. The outfield.
Yeah, definitely. As Phillips comes in, it's slightly on the leg, so that's just worked in front of square for a single.
She's got protection on both sides here. Phillips is just dropping Bird out now to long on, so she can afford to vary her lines and lengths, can't she? She's got protection everywhere.
So Phillips to Gammon again, just
Clever.
I mean, they've had a conversation about this, a bit
Yeah.
of drop and go. Really sensible, rotating that strike. Making the fielders work for it.
It's the same shot, isn't it? Low hands,
Yeah.
just a little paddle into the leg side.
Yeah, very tactical,
for
very
1,
well.
and Sturge just goes straight away.
Yeah. So Glamorgan 131 for 4. It's just played in front, but yeah, Gammon going well. 26 off 32 balls, and Sturge very much up with her run ball rate of 13 off 14. Only 2 so far from this over. As Phillips comes in, Sturge tries to work the crease a bit more to create some angles, but to no avail. So another dot ball.
If Sturge does want to go, if does want to play against a spin, there's a big gap over the offside for 4.
A dot to finish, so a good over following the previous one. Only 2 from it. Glamorgan moved to 131 for 4 off 28 overs. 10 overs remaining. So 55 runs to win off 60 balls.
We're in for a thriller.
It's going to be good.
It's going to be good. We're in for a thriller.
Yeah.
Let's see, conference going on at the far end between captain and senior players. Becca Halliday's part of that team, but it is going to be Daniels who is going to continue and finish off her spell of 8. Just moving the field around a little bit. Pushing Alice Bird out to deep square leg. Daniels. Up in the air, there's running in is the fielder, that's Megan White, but she's deep now. She's sort of doing that well. If she's on the ring, they're pumping it over her head, and if she's deep, they're dropping it short. And
yeah.
That's good batting by these two, and they stand so far. I'll tell you in a second as Daniels approaches the crease again, and this time flicked into the leg side for another single. The last wicket, when did it go? It doesn't tell me on the scoreboard, so as much as I'd like to tell you, I can't. So there you have it. But these two, just suffice to say, are going well so far. Sturgeon on 14, Gammon is on 27. Daniels is bowling well, but then these two are just doing that very well.
Yeah.
And that's really all they need to do, is just keep ticking that over. Run rate required is 5.5. Obviously 6 singles is 6, and keep doing that, you've won the game.
Yeah, absolutely. I think they're batting very well together. They've clearly got good communication between them of where they're going to drop the ball, where they're going to run, and where they're going to drive it and take those singles, which is clearly just demonstrated there. So yeah, excellent running and calling between the wickets.
Leila Moladino just diving over one there. Just they get the single. Does it Sturge, and this is going to be Daniel. She's got 2 balls left in her spell, which has been pretty effective so far.
Sort of dragged from off
I think that is the shot, is it? the drag.
Bit of a drag there from
Yeah.
Gammon, but I think that was a bit slower than she was expecting it, so she almost premeditated that shot, but managed to get a run. That's the last ball of the over, so 5 singles so far. And again, taking a good scampering between the wickets there. There's someone in close, but they've worked well to run that. 3 for 6 from that over, so Glamorgan 137 for 4 off 29 overs. Sturge moves from 16 to 19 with Gammon on 29 off 35.
2 for 40 off her 8 overs. Liv Daniels bowled steadily from occupying that River Taff end, and she's done. It looks like Phillips is going to do the same from this end. Is going to finish off. She's bowled 7 overs, 1 for 29 so far. So between the pair of them, 15 overs, 3 for 69 is a good return. They've kept Glamorgan honest, as it were. Not many boundaries recently, and every time we've said that, there has been one. Let's see as Phillips tosses one up, and she uses her feet well there, Megan Sturge. She's 16 off 20 runs, but doesn't add to that off that first ball of Phillips's last over. Again, up in the air, and
nice.
As I said, every time there hasn't been a boundary, there is a boundary that's beautifully placed by Megan Sturge. She's looked very good since she's come out, used her feet and just punched it straight down the ground between the well-placed mid-on and mid-off, who just didn't have to move. She goes on to 24 and Glamorgan 145 for 4.
Yeah, it was a brilliant straight drive, pretty much back over the bowler's head and stumps. So that's a bit of a play and a miss, but probably a leg bye or maybe a bye. Not sure what's going to be given. It was given as a wide, yeah. I did wonder whether it came off a pad. But yeah, it was going down legs. That's a wide, and they scampered one as well.
Not what Gloucestershire need at this particular point. Cheap runs. Well, it's a good comeback from Phillips. I think she saw what Gammon was going to do there.
Yeah, very much adjusted her bowling.
Yeah, because there is that gap there that on the leg side that they've picked off pretty regularly so far.
It's cut nicely for a single from Beth Gammon to deep. But yeah, good bit of acceleration now really from Glamorgan, just keeping on top of that. Sturge comes down again, just walks nicely through the drive down to Alice Bird, who collects and throws.
Without too much effort, there's 7 off this over, including the wide, 6 off the previous over. That's brought that run rate up to pretty much par with the required rate now, and Glamorgan must be firm favourites.
Yeah. As Phillips comes in for the last ball of the over, drilled down the ground again, a diving attempt. And Alice Bird collects, and that brings the end of the over. So Glamorgan moving along nicely to 146 for 4 off 30 overs, needing 40 runs to win off the remaining 48 balls. Gammon has pushed along nicely to 31 off 38, and Sturge is going very well for 21 off 22 balls. And Daniels finishes her overs. And I welcome back Rosa.
Hello again.
Hello.
Safe to say that whilst I've been gone, Glamorgan have definitely got this game in their hands.
Yeah. Certainly looking to, as Hill continues from around the wicket, that's pulled away by Beth and Gammon down to just in front of square out on the boundary. But yeah, I think there seems a real sort of pace change, real intent from Glamorgan now, and I'm not sure if Gloucestershire have the answers or kind of work out these two very busy cricketers at the crease who are moving their feet well, manipulating that field, so it's really hard to bowl to and then set your field to as well, because they are rotating the stroke very nicely and going along brilliantly together. As Hill comes in, that's just worked through the mid-wicket area again for a single.
I mean, we said Megan Sturge needed to come in and support Beth and Gammon. She has indeed, going at a lovely, nearly run a ball here.
Yeah, no, really well. I just heard a yes from the back of the comms box. It's got to be Luton Town related. It's all I can gather.
We've got a happy co-commentator in here as the ball goes away for 4 off the bat of Beth and Gammon.
Yeah, again, it was sort of drifting down, sort of leg side, so Beth Gammon just reaching out. Beautiful sweep shot from backward square, was always racing away from that fielder, unfortunately.
It evades a diving Alice Bird.
Again, looped up. Ooh, didn't capitalise on that though. See that go down as a bit of a miss, but Glamorgan 152 for 4. As Hill bowls her last ball of this over, currently 6 from it. Again, dug in a bit more, and again dropped and go. Again, just brilliant running here from both Sturge and Gammon, just on the same page, exactly know what they want to do to rotate that strike, leaving Gammon on strike for the next over. So Glamorgan 153 for 4 off 31 overs with 33 runs to win from 42 balls, but the key thing, 6 wickets in hand.
And the running as a whole this game has been phenomenal from both sides, which is really good to see.
Yeah, they've really got these two have a brilliant understanding clearly about, where the fielders are, how they're going to get those quick singles. It is a bit of drop and go, which, like I say, it's hard to set a field to that because you have to lose someone from somewhere else to put that pressure back in the inner ring. So in terms of bowler, who do we have coming on?
Looks like it's going to be Alice Bird coming back on.
Alice Bird, yeah. So Alice Bird coming back into the attack from the Cathedral end. So she's bowled 5 overs for 20 runs with no wickets. So there was a unfortunate opportunity for her to get a wicket, but it wasn't taken. So she'll hopefully be looking to try and break this partnership, but bringing pace back into the attack. So in terms of our fielders, we've got 3 out on the leg side, so we've got deep fine leg, deep long on, and deep backward square. That's a wide, unfortunately, off the first ball.
It's not how she would have wanted to start things. It's been quite a while since she's been in the attack.
Yeah. And a deep third man. So those are the 4 fielders out. Everybody else up in the ring. So 4 on the onside in the cover and point area. Much better line, but just went to work it by backward point, but no run taken.
They wanted to. D10 is every ball they want they want to go through for a single here.
So much better line from Alice Bird. She comes into bowl. Again, she bowls very wide of the crease. Again, playing a miss from Beth Gammon. Didn't quite get her feet out to that one. But yeah, wide of the crease here from Alice Bird, just sort of looping it in. But you see minimal foot movement from Beth Gammon then. Probably might have been expecting it to do a bit more. So 2 dots from Alice Bird. She comes in again. It's a lot straighter. Again, dot ball.
It's a lovely line here from Alice Bird. She's been pretty consistent, apart from a couple of loose deliveries, which I think is part and parcel of playing your first game of the season. She'll be hoping to keep it tight here, as Glamorgan require only 32 from 39 with Beth and Gammon on strike as Bird comes in again.
Pulled away by Gammon. They'll be looking for 2 here and scampering across. So well run. Collected by Maddie White out in the deep. This just breaks a bit of that deadlock of those dot balls for Glamorgan. Moves them on to 156 for 4. Alice Bird continues. Oh, it's very well bowled. That nipped one right back, but they've run. Beth and Gammon looking for 2 as always for a slight overthrow, but only the single taken.
It nipped right, and Gammon did very well to keep that out then.
Yeah, definitely. Cut straight back in.
And despite the fact that she was very nearly out, she still was ready to run back down the other end.
As Alice Bird bowls her last ball of this over to Sturge, who works it off the legs. Think about a single, but collected by
Meg Ahern, who you don't want to take on her arm, I don't think.
No. So, end of the over. So, that takes Glamorgan on to 157 for 4. 32 overs gone, 6 overs remaining. Key bits, runs to win 29 off 36 balls. Beth Gammon on 40 off 47 and on strike. And Sturge supporting her brilliantly for 22 off 25 balls. And do we see a change? We obviously need a change of bowler, or is it?
We do, I believe. It's Alice times Alice at each end.
Yeah. Alice Hill from around the wicket, 0 for 24 off her 5. That's pulled away nicely by Gammon, but that fielder is there, just in front of square, on the boundary for a single. But either side of that fielder will be a 4 quite easily, so good connection from Beth Gammon. Bring Sturge on strike. Oh, got through, but snuck round the stumps, so lucky escape there for Sturge as she played in it. Yeah, how that didn't hit, who knows? But it's a dot ball, and she's launched that one though. It hasn't quite carried. Alice Bird, who collecting there, she bowls, she fields, she does it all.
But she's a busy girl this game. I think Glamorgan are batting slightly erratically here, given the level of control they have over this game.
Again, pulled. Is she going to split that gap? No, the fielder is still there. Again, Alice Bird's doing the sweeping up on the boundary as Beth Gammon takes a little slip into the crease.
I think Beth and Gammon is in need of some new spikes in her trainers here. I think that's the third time she's taken a slip.
Yep. So, again, driven down the ground for a single from Sturge. Moves Glamorgan on to 161 for 4. 25 runs to win of 31 balls. So 4 from this over so far. 1 ball remaining for Hill, who still hasn't managed to get a wicket here today. Or playing a miss by Gammon to end the over.
Gloucestershire piling on the pressure late on here, but they need to break this partnership if they're going to be in a whiff chance. I think it's safe to say.
Yeah, I think these two are running so well between the wickets together. Brilliant understanding with what they're looking to achieve. And just, you know, chipping off those runs to win and making sure that the runs to win stay below the balls remaining to take all that pressure off, because you can clearly see it's evident that these two can run a single every ball and just drop and go. So yeah, Gloucestershire do need to do something to break that partnership. So Alice Bird is going to continue, I think. Yeah, Alice Bird's going to continue from the Cathedral end.
Definitely hunting for a wicket. She's been close a few times. That missed chance very early on now.
Yeah, so like I say, it's definitely nipping back in. It's caught both Sturge and Gammon slightly off guard, so she's looking to continue to work that angle. Like I say, she bowls very wide of the crease, but that then brings it back in to the batter. That's drilled, absolutely drilled through by Sturge. Brilliant shot, drive straight through mid-wicket for 4 runs off the first ball of the over, so that takes all the pressure off. But that is a fantastic shot.
Pressure? What pressure? I think, as Megan Sturge would say.
Just absolutely launched it straight through. Brilliant shot. So takes Glamorgan on to 165 for 4. As Bird comes in again. Slightly slower ball potentially, but good line. But yeah, Sturge just composing herself, having a wander, or coming back to her crease to take the next ball as Bird comes in. Again, just maybe slightly taking the pace off a little bit. Just make it a bit harder to get it away through that ring. So they have brought the sweeper out into the inner ring here. So there's 4 on the offside, quite tightly together. So, and in a flat line all on the ring.
That was drilled towards Melissa Story. There's definitely intent here from Megan Sturge to get this done as Bird comes in.
Again, that nipping back, but it's just gone through the gully backward point area for a single. So puts Gammon on strike. Just having a quick chat, saying, you know, what she's doing, just to say, nudge and nurdle it. So, Beth Gammon on strike as Bird comes in. She's bit of a swing, but it went through, so it's gone down to fine leg for a single. So 6 so far off this over. So Sturge back on strike, going brilliantly on 29 off 32 balls. Gammon 43 off 51. This Bird comes in again for the last ball of her over. What's wayward, unfortunately, and it's a wide, and they've run a single as well. So there is still another ball to come in this over. So Bird looking to get hopefully a line and length back. Just use that angle again that she's done so brilliantly so far. Slightly slower ball, it's up pitch, but it's over the inner ring, over the head. It's just going to plug and stop, but they are going to run 2. So that's brilliantly run to end that over. Bird obviously hands on hips, not happy about that, and probably understandably so. But Glamorgan move ever so closer now to getting that target on 171 for 4 off 34 overs. 4 overs remaining with 15 runs to win off 24 balls. Sturge brilliantly on 29 off 32, and Gammon 45 off 52.
9 off the last from Bird, just for the avoidance of any doubt from Sturge or Gammon that they have this in the bag.
So Alice Hill is going to continue. So she's bowled 6 overs, none for 28. So 8 overs the maximum for bowlers in this reduced over game. So in terms of fielders out, we have deep long on, deep back in front of square, deep square, deep mid. And that's launched into the gap between the two. Will it go all the way? It's plugged a bit. Is it going to slowly? No, it's not going to make it. But they have run 2. So it just stopped in that top corner. Probably one of the largest boundaries on the ground today. But 2 runs from it off the first ball of the over. Runs to win 13 as Hill comes into bowl again. Again, just worked off the hips through to in front of square for a single. Scampered.
It's been an incredibly spin-heavy attack today, which is apparent from the fact that there is no concern with the cut-off time. There's 35 minutes until the cut-off time, and we've only got 22 balls to bowl.
Yep. Again, just slightly leg side, sort of off the pad, I think. So, will be a leg bye probably, as indicated by the umpire. Yeah, so a leg bye, but all runs count to bring that total down, which is now to 11 runs to win.
Not quite sure how she's got bat there, Megan Sturge. Got the underside of her bat, I believe.
Yeah. But again, it just brings that number down.
As it's clipped away by Bethan Gammon for 4.
Yep. Brilliantly played again, just looking at the replay, just how much she just, again, just works the angles, you know, just gets down into that position to sweep it off her front pad. No one down there, no one stopping that, so that's 4 runs, so 6 runs to win for Glamorgan.
She's a lovely sweeper of the ball, Bethan Gammon. She's 1 away here from the half century.
Yep.
Have I just cursed her?
I wasn't going to mention it, but
We're going to find out this ball, I think.
yeah, it's an expensive over so far for Hill. 9 from it so far. She comes in. Again, just trying to work that ball. But that's the over, so it brings the end of the over. So it's 184 off 35 overs, with Glamorgan needing just 6 runs to win off the remaining 18 balls, with Sturge on 33 off 35 and on strike, and Gammon sitting nicely on 49 off her 55 balls. And I think Bird is off, and there is a change in bowler at the Cathedral end.
I believe that's the fringe of Emily Geach.
Yeah, so Emily Geach back into the attack. Number 9, so she's only bowled 3 overs and 1 for 13. Should she have come on a bit earlier, perhaps?
I say 100% to that one.
It feels the game is slightly gone for Gloucestershire to be bringing her in back at this stage, but that's where we're at. With, like I say, Glamorgan needing 6 runs to win off the last 3 overs. So Halliday just moving some of the on-fielders into position, so still the split of fielders evenly, 4 and 5, and that's just worked off, full toss off the, low full toss off the legs, worked brilliantly away by Sturge for 4 runs, takes her on to 37 with just 2 runs to win for Glamorgan. So it was always going down leg, and so she met the ball on the full toss in front of that front pad, just a lovely sweep shot down to deep third where there was no one there. So that is only 2 runs required now So
It seems I might not have cursed Bethan Gammon to get out before her half century, but I'm not sure there's going to be any runs for her left to get it, with Megan Sturge ticking along incredibly nicely.
So as Geach comes into bowl. That's drilled through, and that's straight through point area. That's gone away for 4, and Glamorgan have their first win of the Metrobank One Day Cup here today against Gloucestershire, finishing their innings brilliantly for Sturge on 41 off 37 balls, and Gammon, like I say, not out on 49 off 55 balls. So Glamorgan take the first win against the local rivals Gloucestershire.
It's a phenomenal way to start the season for Glamorgan as they begin their prep for Tier 1 cricket in 2027. It's going to be a long old slog, I think, before that point. But what a way to kick things off.
Yeah, and some really positive takeaways for Rachel Priest here today in terms of, you know, that batting depth that they have. Like I say, the two people at the crease, Sturge and Gammon, been brilliant at bringing those runs along. But, you know, the platform set by the captain, Lauren Parfitt, and, yeah, a good fielding performance as well from Glamorgan as the players come onto the pitch for the handshakes. So as we wrap up here today, next Sunday, Glamorgan welcome Leicestershire Foxes to Sophia Gardens for their second one-day Metrobank Tier 2 game. It's a 10:30 start, so if you are in the area, please do come on down. But a brilliant win here from Glamorgan today. Any final words, Rosa?
I mean, I think we have to give a definite shout out to Lauren Parfitt for the way she led this team out there today in the field. The incredible knowledge she had of their bowlers. We spoke so much about the fielding placements, and to then come out and hit 56 with bat in hand and get them on the way to this target. She's a phenomenal player and is going to be pretty monumental for Glamorgan this year.
Yeah, absolutely. And as the ground staff continue to come out, just want to give them a shout out as well for getting this game on today from a rain affected morning. So all credit to them. But yes, thank you all so much for tuning in and listening. And we will be back with you to bring you the next game next weekend. Thanks all.
Yeah. I tried to order it for 9:30, but I think